cielo de noviembre. ¡Suénalo!
soon as Tom said come. And then we So we're not starting with any rigid protocol. The issues of the moment are really heavy. So I won't bore you with the longish protocol. Luckily, we don't have a lot of diplomats or those in government who will insist on propriety. So good morning. Good morning, everybody. And our colleagues online, good morning. I wish I could see you on the screen, but this isn't structured that way. But I hear there are many of you already. I don't have the data, the statistics, but who does? How many are online already? So we acknowledge them. You can see them, can't you? How many? 35. There are more than those of us in here. Great. So for your own sake, being there on time, we would this program. Okay. So just for formality, the issue for today is towards a secure and inclusive digital future for Nigeria. And this is put together by several bodies, the top of which is the MAG, right? And so you're all familiar with it. Let me do a bit of introduction, just a bit of it. The front row, there are 4 persons here whom you need to know. They'll just turn and wave to the audience and to you who are
Hello,
online.
hello, hello. Sorry, Nam. Sorry, Nam and Tab. Sorry. Okay.
What was that? Oh, fantastic. We do have the permanent secretary of the Federal Ministry of Communication, Innovation, and Digital Economy joining us now. Good morning, sir. Would you please applaud him, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you for coming. We were informed that you're on your way and we needed to be on time to start. So we're already beginning to put things together. So I would proceed with the introduction. So it is my pleasure now, ladies and gentlemen, and our colleagues online, to introduce formally the special guest at this time, at this moment, the most high-ranking government official at this Internet Governance Forum, the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Communication, Innovation, and Digital Economy, Dr. William Allo. Thank you. Would you just wave to them and turn around? The camera can see you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. He will be speaking in the course of the opening. And next to him is actually the fine gentleman under whose belt a lot of work has been done for this program. It will be his duty to welcome you formally to this occasion. I speak of Mr. Adeshola Akinsoya, who is not just the president of Nigeria Internet Registration Association, but also the chairperson of the Nigeria Internet Governance Forum and the multi-stakeholder advisory group, which we know as MAG. Mr. Akinsoya, thank you. And then next to him on the other side of the aisle is the lady who heads Internet governance in the new media department of the NCC, representing the EVC. And she is Dr. Ibiso Kingsley George. She also will be speaking on behalf of the EVC. And then next to her is another lady, ladies on one hand, on the other side. And she likes to be simple. I won't be stilted with a lot of formality. You can just call her Ayitayo. Ayitayo is the Chief Operating Officer of NERA, and she's here in her capacity as a member of the family. She will be speaking to or facilitating a panel right after the opening. And then everyone else should know Mrs. Uduma. She's been around. Mrs. Uduma, thank you. A louder round of applause for Mrs. Uduma. So she's a wonderful woman. She was in NCC. She knew about this property. It wasn't finished by the time she retired, but she's even known internationally in Nigeria, in Africa, and all over the world. If Ms. Uduma puts her signature on a paper where you've applied for something and it's sent to Japan or Switzerland or Portugal or Argentina, they're getting approval, or even Singapore, everywhere she's been to, everywhere internet is talked about, she's known. Mama. Thank you for welcoming Mrs. Mary Uduma, and she's always on time. So I will spare you any more of the protocols and go straight to business. I didn't formally welcome you. It isn't my responsibility. Akinsoya will come forward and discharge his burden. Then applaud a second time for him.
Thank you, sir. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, formally welcome you to the Nigerian Internet Governance Forum 2023. Can we all clap for ourselves? And those online, you can just actually also clap for yourself. Thank you very much. Not want to waste much of our time. I'll just dive into it. Want to stand the existing protocols of the greetings that have equally gone ahead. So I'll just start that. I want to extend my warmest welcome to all of you who have gathered here today for the Nigerian Internet Governance Forum, NIGF 2023. Said it is truly an honor to address you as we embark on this digital journey guided by the team representing our shared vision towards a secure and inclusive future for Nigeria, our great country, and actually balancing regulation, cybersecurity, and emerging technologies. As we are all here as experienced professionals and enthusiasts of the digital landscape, we are acutely aware of the ever-evolving nature of technology. The emergence of new technologies has brought unprecedented opportunities, but has also exposed vulnerabilities that demand our attention. So it is the balance between regulation, cybersecurity, and the prudent adoption of emerging technologies that will determine the future of our Nigerian internet community. A future that must be secure and inclusive, or the future that must be secure and inclusive. So in this grand undertaking, we must remember that no single entity can tackle these challenges in isolation. This terrific calls for the collaborative effort involving government bodies, enterprises, civil society, and technical community. Our collective wisdom and expertise will chart the course towards a framework that guarantees digital security, foster innovations, and ensure no one is left behind. At the core of our shared vision and partnership is the bedrock of a secure internet and a thriving digital ecosystem. Our capacity to harmonize these facets hinges on our ability to collaborate seamlessly. In a world where digital terrain constantly shifts, our partnerships are the wind in our sails, propelling us to adapt and thrive together. Within these collective commitments, we must confront the intricate challenges associated with regulating, securing, and embracing emerging technologies. Now, the NIGF serves as a crucible for dialogue, comprehension, and collaboration. It is a platform where we collectively scrutinize and interplay all these three pillars: regulation, cybersecurity, and emerging technologies. By uniting stakeholders from the internet and digital ecosystem, we aim to construct bridges of understanding and cooperation. Together, we shall forge innovative solutions that harmonize these elements and empower our nation and its people. I know in the course of this program, we'll equally break out into sessions. So I'll just quickly read out some of these, the session theme. We have building a trust internet, where we focus on cybersecurity and child online safety. The second session will be strengthening digital infrastructure and inclusive services in Nigeria. The third is emerging technologies, insight for Nigeria. And the last but not the least, part of the section will be navigating data governance and privacy in the digital economy for Nigeria. So at the end of this forum, as it's been done on our practices communique, from this one that will outline our concrete recommendations will be equally distributed to core government agencies and private sectors. And the outcome of this NIGF will, as it has always been done, will help strengthening our nation's standing in regional and global internet forum. So in conclusion, our ultimate pursuit is a state of harmonious equilibrium. We aspire to a future where our regulation is visionary, our cybersecurity is unwavering, and our embrace of emerging technologies is judicious and audacious. Our aim is a secure, inclusive, and transformative internet for every Nigerian. So let us join hands, work collaboratively, and we shall strive the delicate balance that will shape a secure and inclusive future for Nigeria. So I just want to use this opportunity to thank all the Mosaic advisory group. They are all here. And thank you for your commitment and dedication. I also want to thank the secretariats, that's for the NIGF and NERA. Thank you very much. And wish everybody a fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much.
Okay, many thanks to Mr. Akinsoya. Before I proceed, let me make a few more introductions. I'm happy to announce that NIDA is represented, actually the Director General of NIDA has asked one of his lieutenants to be here in the spirit of the multi-stakeholder approach to shaping laws that govern our internet. Dr. Benewa, he doesn't like being called a doctor. But he's the director in charge of e-government and NIDA, e-government and regulations, right? So Benewa will be giving a short address, a goodwill from NIDA as we proceed. And let me also mention that we have another director from the Ministry of Communication, Innovation, and Digital Economy. Again, Dr. Samuel Okoye, the director in charge of ICT. Thank you. I'm trying to spot any new persons that have a role to play. And looking at the audience, forgive me, just a few days back, yesterday or 2 days, I can't remember, I had the honor of making a presentation, a lecture to the students in the School of Internet Governance. Is also part of this program, and the topic was legal aspects of internet governance. And as a lawyer, they thought I would go high level, but we began from the basics, and it was clear to us the real relevance of a multi-stakeholder group like the Internet Governance Forum, its relevance in the making of laws that should govern our national resource. The country code top-level domain, the .ng, really is the most powerful resource we have, but you wouldn't realize it if you didn't think deeply. It isn't oil, it isn't mineral resources, it's the internet. Our internet is our most important resource in the digital economy, really. So looking at the audience, and I'm asking myself, so where are the multi-stakeholders? That's why I'm happy there's a Ben and there's an Okoye and there's an Ibiso, for instance. But there should be much more, really much more. So I would like to say, before we move on to Mary, because she will then be the reason why I'm making this talk. She's been in so many stages of the growth of the Nigerian internet, that having her come to talk a bit is an indication that we should all contribute to the growth of our national resource. The hall should have been full, really. What are those of us who work for government, really in Abuja at the federal level? What are those of us who are in the private sector in Lagos, for instance, other parts of Nigeria? Online, we're less than 50. But this is a very important session, a very important meeting that happens every year. So going forward, we need to devise means to get more persons to get interested in how to develop and govern this resource that has seen us grow many millionaires in dollars, billionaires in naira, just from using the internet. It's such a powerful resource. On that note, I will ask Liv to move on with the first keynote, not keynote, goodwill message from Mary Uduma. She's seen it all. I'll ask her to speak to you. How many minutes do you want to speak now? Okay, she asks for 1 minute. I'll offer her 2. Thank you. And thank you for applauding her.
Should I cry? Or should I laugh? Or should I say thank you? Or should I say welcome? Whatever it is. The Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Communications, Innovation added now, and Digital Economy, sorry, Dr. William Alu. Thank you very much for being here, for respecting and agreeing to come to be with us today, even as we look at the internet governance in Nigeria. The representative of the Executive Vice Chairman, Dr. Ibiso, should I call the last one if I don't know the middle one? Okay, but please accept what I've said, Dr. Ibiso. And the representative of the Director General, National Information Technology Development Agency, NIDA, Mr. Ben Ewa. Both of them are members of the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Committee or Advisory Group of Nigeria Internet Governance Forum. The president of NIRA is here, but I will not stop before I go to the president. I will not get to the president of NIRA before let me recognize the director of ICT, or has he left? In the Federal Ministry of Communications, my brother Sam Okoye. Thank you very much for coming. The president of NIRA is the host, so to speak, because he is the chairperson of the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group. We call it MAG, NIGF MAG. As the president of NIRA, and NIRA is the chair, and so he is the chairperson. So you are welcome. Thank you. I've taken your welcome address already. My name is Mary Uduma, and I want to also welcome my co-founder here. Have you become a doctor? Dr. Shego Lubile is in the making. That's Mr. Lubile. We started the journey together to be able to see that we mainstream, or we take part in initiating the Nigeria Internet Governance Forum. I am the first convener of Nigeria Internet Governance Forum, and we have had our Internet Governance Forum yearly since we reconstituted it. So I'm happy to see you, Shego, that you are here. And I also want to recognize our compare. He was our first compare when we did Internet Governance Forum. Remember, it was in Nikon Hotel, not Transcorp. Yeah, you were the first. And then we had so many stakeholders around. We have been here for a very long time. And since 2013, I think it's 2013, we started, 2013. Because 2012 we started. So 2013 we were in in Yaradua Center. So 2012, that's when we started. And you know, this hall is very, very intimidating. If we had a smaller hall, it wouldn't have been like this. But this big hall is intimidating, and also is somewhere out of town. I mean, the venue is a little bit out of town. No fuel, no palliatives, nothing to bring people. You have to pay at least 1,000 naira to get to this point, to get to this place. But in any case, we're expecting people will continue to join us as we continue. And as I said, my name is Mary Uduma, the first convener of Nigeria Internet Governance Forum. Currently, I am still in the multi-stakeholder advisory group of the Nigeria Internet Governance Forum. I am also the coordinator of the West Africa Internet Governance Forum. We held our forum in May, in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire this year. I'm also part of the Africa Internet Governance Forum. I'm part of the Global Internet Governance Forum. Is that of interest? The interest is what? My people in Africa, my people in West Africa, my people in Nigeria need to be part of the discussions wherever Internet Governance Forum is, discussion is done or debate is done. So that is my interest, and that's why I get involved. I am the grandmother of Internet governance in Africa, because my grandson will soon be in Digitest, which is a program that is run in Nigeria, and that program looks at children getting to know ICT on time. My son, my own son, or sons were part of the first members or first campers during the digital when it was formed. And now my grandson will soon be there because he will be 8 next year. So he will be part of it. And the one that is 10 will be part of it as well next year. And so I am not wrong to say I'm the grandmother. But that notwithstanding, I just want to, it's time. Okay, it's 5 minutes. I'm glad to be invited to be here. I'm representing all the internet governance processes, global, Africa, West Africa, and now Nigeria. And I know that we are going to have great discussions today. The program looks very, 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 very exciting. And the topics that we are going to cover during this period, I can see there is apart from the theme, the main theme, there is building a trusted internet, a focus on cybersecurity and child online safety, which is very, very close to my heart. And there will be strengthening digital infrastructure for inclusive service in Nigeria. And you'll be looking at emerging technologies, insights for Nigeria, and also navigating data governance and privacy in data digital economy. We are no more talking about internet alone. We are not talking about digital transformation, digital economy. We are talking about data governance, data trust. So we are not only trusting the internet any longer. We are looking at how do we trust the data you gather from birth to passports to banks, NIN, by the telecom operators. Everywhere you go, you put your finger. Somebody is taking your data. How can we trust this data? How do we govern that data? So we are no more talking about the internet and internet governance. We have moved on. We are not more talking about internet connectivity. We are talking about, meaningful access, meaningful connectivity. Those are the things we look at when we talk about internet governance. We are not only talking about cybersecurity, we are talking about data security. We are talking about our sovereignty, data sovereignty, and how do we benefit from this elephant called internet, because it's a big elephant, and we need all the stakeholders in the internet ecosystem to join hands to discuss, and we formulate messages, recommendations that will come out from here. Would want to also take it to the global level as people will go to Japan. Somebody was talking about Japan. So we have moved from Greece, we are now going to Japan. So you are welcome. I'm welcoming you as a founding member of Nigeria Internet Governance Forum. I'm welcoming you as the coordinator of West Africa Internet Governance Forum. And all our discussions would also take up to the, because it will form part of what we are reporting to the ICT ministers in ECOWAS. So you're welcome. Please feel free. No answer is right. No answer is wrong. Your voices are highly valued when we come to discussing or debating on internet governance. You are the person that will govern the internet, as I am the person that will govern the internet, depending on where you are playing from. Are you government? Are you civil society? Are you academia? Are you private sector? Are you in the technical community? So all of us will join hands to see how this internet can serve us and serve us well. I know we have problem with some have problem with social media, but the disinformation and misinformation will not allow us to just throw away the baby and the bathwater. Please feel free, discuss. Let's come up with actionable and concrete recommendations that will share amongst our stakeholders in the digital ecosystem. Thank you very much for allowing me more than 2 minutes. Thank you.
She spoke for exactly 2 minutes. So a round of applause for her again. And well, I love to listen to her. So she goes granular and gives you the context, everything. She just is herself an encyclopedia of Nigeria's internet. Thank you again, ma'am. And the sub-theme is about regulation, balancing regulation, cybersecurity, and emerging technologies. I like to say that NIDA is well positioned for these kinds of topics. And NIDA has a goodwill to deliver to you. And I would make a bold statement. I've made it in many fora, that NIDA is actually, in my opinion, the most important agency that government ever created in Nigeria. I believe it strongly, but I won't speak more about it. But Ben Ewa, in the goodwill from NIDA, might highlight some of those things that make NIDA special. Please applaud Ben as he comes to the podium.
Good morning, all. Now that the genealogy of the Nigerian internet has been established by Mrs. Oduma, you can guess where I fall in. Maybe the son of the internet, a grandson. Okay. So much has been said about the structure of the governance of the internet in Nigeria. You know, the multi-stakeholder advisory group is a demonstration of how different stakeholders, different with common interest, can forge public policy and entrench it in the way governance is governed. So the internet is arguably one of the most important national resources that we have. And we are gathered here today because we want to make it highly useful to the Nigeria, highly useful to how we perform our duties as stakeholders, those of us in government, and how our activities, our regulations translate into meaningful impact in the lives of the Nigerian citizens, including businesses. So we are delighted to have you all here. Special appreciation to the Permanent Secretary, who has grace this occasion and sitting patiently, to listen to us. We are also very thankful to all those who have continued to contribute, particularly the non-state actors from the business community. Your show of commitment is exemplary, and that is why, or that is what is responsible for the longevity that the Internet Governance Forum have and continue to enjoy. So on behalf of my boss, by the way, before I came here, I asked ChatGPT to tell me how to speak like Kashifu. So I hope I tried. I sounded like him. On behalf of my boss and all of us at NIDA, we wish us a very successful and productive deliberation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you very much for representing NIDA, and please take back gratitude to the Director General of NIDA. We're happy you were able to attend in his place. And I'm still looking at the audience and I'm scanning to see the faces of those who are from the private sector that also helped to build the internet. We remember we lost one of our best many years back. There's a foundation in his name, Ndukwe, you'll all remember, right? He isn't here anymore. It's been decades since he passed on. And there are several others, but since they're not here, I would mention the ones that I see, a few of them. I see the coming, I can also mention them. I would ask you to let me ask Shego Lubile to stand and wave. He's also done some work, even though he's not a father, like Mrs. Uduma is a mother, but he certainly is not a grandson. So he's done a lot of work. He refused to even spend a day in government. He's stuck it out in the private sector and has contributed so much and has developed himself and his business, and he's still contributing. He belongs to so many associations. And I think people like him should be encouraged to give more. Still, this is a balanced platform. Government and private sector are parties to this process. So thank you, Shegu, for showing up. So let's proceed. Looking at who else to ask to speak. NCC is stalwart, right? It's a powerful institution in this process. And I used to say that the numero uno, right, of the internet, in a sense, is NCC, the #1 in Africa, really. So Dr. Ibiso will come now, and she heads the internet governance under the Department of New Media at the NCC. She will take 2 minutes from my time.
Good morning, everybody. On behalf of the Executive Vice Chairman, Nigerian Communications Commission, I'd like to, Professor Umar Garba Dambata, I'd like to read his goodwill message to us today. The Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Communications, Innovations and Digital Economy, Dr. William Zalo, the representative of the Director General, National Information Technology Development Agency, Dr. Ewa, Director ICT, Federal Ministry of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Mr. Samuel Okoye, the President NIDA, Mr. Adeshola Akinsonya. Sorry, the President NIRA, Nigerian Internet Registration Association, Mr. Adeshola Akinsonya. On behalf of the EVC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to the 12th edition of the Nigeria Internet Governance Forum under the theme, Towards a Secure and Inclusive Digital Future for Nigeria. In a country where digital technologies continue to play an increasing role in shaping our socioeconomic lives, it is more important than ever that we come together to discuss the trends, challenges, and opportunities ahead. Over the past few years, Nigeria has achieved considerable progress in developing its digital landscape. However, As we celebrate these achievements, we must recognize the new challenges that have emerged and continue to impact our digital ecosystem, including cybersecurity threats, data privacy concerns, and the need to bridge the digital divide. Against this backdrop, I am delighted to say that this forum presents a milestone for the Nigerian Communications Commission, where we, through strategic regulation, have facilitated an environment that encourages innovation. Innovation stands as a pivotal force in paving the way towards a secure and inclusive digital future for Nigeria. New cutting-edge solutions can bridge the digital divide by making affordable, accessible, and reliable internet connectivity available to all, even in remote areas. Moreover, innovation can bolster cybersecurity efforts to safeguard Nigeria's digital infrastructure against emerging threats. We need to define new policies to protect us from the digital threats of tomorrow while enjoying the digital dividends of today. Embracing innovation, both in policy making and entrepreneurial endeavors, can empower Nigeria to unlock the vast potential of the developing communication sector and foster a more inclusive, secure, and digitally connected future for its people. Our commitment to shaping a secure and inclusive digital future for Nigeria is demonstrated through our dedicated efforts to collaborate with various stakeholders, strengthen our cybersecurity landscape, and embrace emerging technologies. Indeed, we can confidently say our collaborative efforts have provided an enabling environment for all telecom operators by fostering competition, optimizing resource utilization, as well as ensuring good quality of service and quality of experience, which will ultimately benefit the overall economy. As we move forward, I urge everyone to take advantage of this forum to discuss these pertinent issues further, with the hope that we can collectively establish a secure and inclusive digital future for all Nigerians. By working together, we can ensure that every Nigerian citizen, irrespective of their geographical location, benefits from digital technologies and is empowered to take full advantage of the opportunities they offer. Once again, a warm welcome to you all, and I look forward to the productive and engaging discussions that lie ahead. Thank you.
Okay, so you hear her as Dr. Ibisa, right? The full name, yes, please applaud. She's actually Kingsley George, the full name, right? So just that I have a habit of first names. I don't know when I always say Mary, forgetting that she's a grandmother, right? I'm a grandfather too, right? Anyway, thank you, ma'am, for the excellent delivery. And please let the EVC know that we're grateful. He's hosting us, and then he'll also let you come to be with us. We thank the NCC especially, just as we thank NINDER also, the two most powerful agencies in the sector. So we will now listen to what is really an important presentation, even if you call it a goodwill. He doesn't speak often, but today he will stay back and be at a panel. So I'm debating in my mind what really to say about the PermSec. I'm tempted to say he will do much more than he's agreed to do, but common sense says, let him decide. Ladies and gentlemen, the Permanent Secretary, Federal Minister of Communication, Innovation, and Digital Economy, Dr. William Allo.
The chairman of the Internet Governance Forum, my dear friend Akisanya, the Mother General of Internet, the first convener, the coordinator, the grandmother of Internet. I refer to you, the multi-stakeholder woman, stakeholder in Nigeria, stakeholder in Africa, stakeholder in the whole world in Internet, Mrs. Mary Udma. Representative of NIDA here present, my friend and brother, Dr. Bernard. Some say Ewa, some say Ewan, but in all, I know him as Dr. Bernard Ewa, and a representative, not just a representative, but somebody who was able to speak like his boss. Please, can you clap for him? I also, in a special way, recognize a representative of our very important agency, very, very important. I refer to NCC, very strategic and very important, also represented by a very important woman too, Dr. Mrs. Ebiso Kingsley George, MNI. Also, I will not forget myself. When I say myself, my own director of ICT in the Federal Ministry of Communications, Innovation, and Digital Economy. I refer to you, Engineer Samuel Okoye. Before I model protocol, I think it is safer for me. Let me align myself with the already established protocol from the able, versatile, experienced barrister and MC of this occasion, Abonta General. We were cracking jokes the other time. He had it difficult to pronounce my name correctly. And luckily enough today, he was able to get it. So please clap for him for that. So it is my honor to make this goodwill message. When the MC was saying whether it's a speech, the goodwill message, still a goodwill message. It's not a speech, but a goodwill message. So it is my honor to make this goodwill message at this occasion on the 2023 Internet Governance Forum organized by the NIGF multi-stakeholder advisory group comprising of stakeholders from the Federal Ministry of Communications, Innovations, and Digital Economy, National Information Technology Development Agency, NIDA, Nigeria Communications Commission, NCC, Nigeria Internet Registration Association, NIRA, Internet Society of Nigeria, Digital Sense Africa, in collaboration with other stakeholders. As I said before, the first governor has been doing much, and I have not forgotten your effort, Ma. Even yesterday, you were in my office. I know how passionate and committed you have been in this struggle to have a very safe Internet Governance Forum. On behalf of the Ministry and its agencies, I would like to sincerely congratulate the chairperson, Nigeria Internet Governance Forum, multi-stakeholder advisory group, and other partners and stakeholders for undertaking this laudable initiative to gather all the relevant stakeholders under one roof with the team towards a secure and inclusive digital future for Nigeria, balancing regulation, cybersecurity, and emerging technologies. I am really delighted that the forum provides a platform for all stakeholders across the public and private sector to focus on engaging the multi-stakeholder nature of the NIGF to harness and aggregate productive ideas, best practices, and experiences towards facilitating a safer and a more inclusive digital future for all Nigerians, taking into consideration the role of balancing regulation, cybersecurity, and the new emerging technologies as an approach to strengthening national policies towards same outcome. I believe that this forum will generate new ideas, innovations, and strategies to address the setbacks. Our ministry is poised to ensure that everyone has the opportunity to benefit from the digital revolution and transformation going on right now. We will reposition to promote universal and meaningful connectivity by partnering with the private sector to develop and deploy technologies and services, use digital technologies to improve public services, and promote digital inclusion. As you are aware, a lot of digital revolution and transformation has been going on with the Federal Ministry of Innovations, Federal Ministry of Communications, Innovations, and Digital Economy being at the driver's seat as the government agency that is championing this struggle for digital inclusiveness in this country. I'm particularly happy that the outcome of this forum will further facilitate and build consensus on actionable recommendations for the nation's internet ecosystem. Let us commit ourselves to involving workable strategies through a well-articulated plan for working out a sustainable, secure, and inclusive digital future for Nigeria. Actually, my honorable minister would have been here in person. If he had been around, he's outside the country right now. But to show how passionate he is, he gave me words that when I come here, I should inform all of you that he is ready to partner with the private sector. That he is committed to make sure that Nigeria comes first, not just in Africa, but in the world, as far as digital transformation and inclusiveness is concerned. So, and I think he's a man I know very well. And I want to assure you that as far as digital inclusiveness, connectivity is concerned, the right man is on the right position to drive the process. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as I look forward to a robust discussion and recommendation that would proceed from this forum, I wish to extend my appreciation to the organizers and stakeholders involved in this transformative Forum. As I said, the Federal Ministry of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy is ever ready and willing to continue to partner with you, the organizers of this forum. Thank you for listening. And may God bless all of us and our country, Nigeria. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for applauding the permanent secretary a second time. He's been forthright in his presentation. We thank him for speaking that way and also mentioning the passion of the Honorable Minister. And because he is in here, I would exercise the liberty to talk about him a bit. If you were here, I would be stilted because, yeah, that story goes way back into the 2011 or thereabouts. So I was talking about when the federal government, the minister at the time, had signed the performance bond. And I wouldn't mention which minister. If you can think back who was Minister of Communication in 2011, you would know who I'm talking about. So we were going to deliver on our own mandate. And part of it was to have to build the government first own innovation hub. And we started. Then I wasn't very forthright. I wasn't coming forth to build. I didn't quite think government should run an innovation hub. At that time, I was a bit hot-headed. I was in service full-time. But I was speaking very boldly and said, why don't you take all that money and set some standards and fund innovation hubs who meet those standards to then develop and more. And that is my argument. But we built it. It fell on me to then become the implementation team chair. So I ended up building a hub in Lagos and in Calabar. But the one in Lagos was just next door to CC Hub. And we had the whole building. The CC Hub had just a floor across. So I used to walk over and talk with people in CC Hub, Bosu, for instance, and that time I was a younger person. Anyway, I'll cut it short. Then what really happened over time is then what became what today you know as Yabacon. Is that a strange word? Okay, so we have a Silicon Valley we call Yabacon, right, in Nigeria. Okay, so it emerged from the work of people like the current Minister of Communication, right? Even there was just one floor in a building, and they ended up taking over the iHub in Kenya and buying property also in Rwanda. And there are now international, just one small floor as they started next door to Nidadut. This mic is always failing, but it's the battery, I guess. So to his credit, we today have what we know as Yabacon, Nigeria Silicon Valley, that has emerged. I won't talk about in detail of whoever supported it, the fiber optic companies that laid fiber across and made all that happen. Their time will come and we'll also give them the accolade that they truly deserve. But for today, let us understand that the minister we're talking about was instrumental to the founding of what has become Yabacon, which the World Bank, by the way, the research that was done in 2018 had said that if there was any city that could rival the Silicon Valley in Africa, it was Lagos, because of the work that the gentleman had done. So I would pause here and say, in recognition of that work, I will ask the PAMSEC to return and then please declare this event open properly on behalf of the minister who's done a lot of work that has earned him the place where he is now. So let's have a formal declaration. This conference stakeholder meeting can now start. He's finished his job as PAMSEC. wear the other hat as the Minister of Communication, Innovation, and Digital Economy.
Thank you once more, the able MC. When I was speaking here shortly, I made you to know that my honorable minister is the man appointed to the right position because of what is achieved in the ecosystem, what he has achieved in digitalization, what he has achieved in ICT. I think his name is ringing bell as far as digitalization is concerned. I was in Kigali, and when I went to his ops, I was surprised. Yes, this is the kind of thing Nigerians can go to another country and bring their own money to our own country. It started in Lagos, just as reported by the MC, and is now in Nairobi, is in South Africa, and all over the world, as in moving on. So I wish he was here in person, because this is his one of the things he knows how to do very well. That is to give you words and tell you the secret on how he succeeded in this area. But that notwithstanding, since he cannot divide himself into two, he's outside the country right now. Let me try to wear parties as far as this occasion is concerned. On this note, on behalf of the Honorable Minister, Communications, Innovation, and Digital Economy, my own dear boss, Dr. Bosun Tijani, I hereby declare this very important gathering open for the glory of God. Thank you.
Sustain the applause for a while. Sustain the applause for a while. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you indeed. And this just shows the interest of government in this process. But thank you very much. So even your presence alone is an indication of the strength that you bring, that the ministry brings to this function. Thank you. We appreciate it. Now we can truly move, knowing that we have all our agencies and the head of those agencies and so what we're here to do today. So that's it. If this brings to a close the opening session. We will move shortly to the panel, but let's again thank you appropriately. Again, it won't be my duty to give a vote of thanks. The president of the Internet Society, ISOC, is online and we'll stream him now to give a vote of thanks. I would ask you to applaud Kunle Olorodare, President ISOC. Oh, there he is.
All right. Thank you very much, our moderator, Barrister Kemabunta Inye. As a matter of fact, he is one of faculty members for this year Nigerian School on Internet Governance, and I know him very well. He's a wonderful man. So without wasting time, I will go to the job that has been given to me, and it's a very simple one, and that is to give the vote of thanks. And I want to stand on the existing protocol, and at the same time, I would like to follow through the protocol. So I will start by appreciating our Honorable Minister for Communication, Innovations, and Digital Economy. and that is no other person than Dr. Olatunbosun Tijani in absentia. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you. And I will go to the next person, and that is no other person than our permanent secretary. I've listened to him with rapt attention this morning, and I was excited with what I've heard from him. And that is a person of Dr. William Allo from the Ministry of Communications, Innovation, and Digital Economy. And the next person I want to appreciate is the Chief Executive Officer and the Executive Vice Chairman of Nigerian Communications Commission, and that is Professor Umar Garba Dambata, FNSC, FNIEEE, and he is ably represented by the head of Internet Governance from the same commission, that is Nigerian Communications Commission, and that is no other person than Dr. Ibiso Kingsley George. Thank you very much, ma'am. And the next person I want to appreciate is the Chief Executive Officer of NITDA, Mr. Kashifu Inuwa Abdullahi, who is ably represented here by Dr. Ben Ewa, my very good friend. Thank you, sir. We appreciate you. And the next person that I want to recognize and appreciate is the director from Ministry of Communication, Innovation, and Digital Economy. And that is no other person than Engineer Samuel Okoye. I think I should be hearing round of applauses for all these eminent personalities that I'm appreciating. Both online, I want to hear digital clap, and even on site, I want to hear the clap, please. Please clap for them. These are important personalities. And the next person, well, that is not a person, but a group of persons, so to say, and that's the tech communities. We appreciate them. I can see a couple of them online, and I believe that some of them are on site too. And of course, our business community in the internet governance space, we appreciate you. We appreciate your presence. Please let the round of applause increase. Let's jam our hands together. All right. And of course, my own, jurisdiction, that is the civil organization. I want to appreciate all the civil societies that are present here today to grace this occasion. We appreciate you and we thank you. And of course, please, ladies and gentlemen, join me to appreciate the cohort for the 2023 Nigerian School on Internet Governance. And as a matter of fact, I can see a lot of them online, and of course, this is part of their practicum. And I know that some of them are on site too. So please, let's appreciate them. These are fellows of Nigerian School on Internet Governance, class of 2023. And the last but not the least, I want to appreciate everybody who has made it a point of duty to attend this year's Nigeria Internet Governance Forum. We appreciate you. We thank you very much. And of course, the last person, of course, the host. So I have to thank him, as the last person on the list, but that doesn't mean he's the least. In fact, he's our host, and I call him my president. And that is no other person than the president of NIRA, who doubles as the chairman of Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group of Nigerian Internet Governance Forum, and that is Mr. Adeshola Akinsanya, my president. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Moderator, the learned one, Barrister Kemabunta Iye. Thank you.
Thank you, Kunle. Hello. Do you prefer this one? But it goes off and on. Anyway, whichever works. Kunle just goes on and on about barrister, but I'm tempted to share a little story with you. And that's, this is my version of the story. Would have heard it somewhere else. In my village, there's a Reverend Father, a Reverend gentleman who would always come to church. And this is in the exhortation, he will talk a lot to the people because where I come from, they love this thing. It's like push me, I push you kind of thing, you know. So, and they take a lot of it. So they go to the bar all the time and have a shot of it. In fact, my grandmother used to sell it. So some come early in the morning and knock on her door. They want to take a shot or two before they set out. So when they take it, they feel good, they feel high. But if they take a lot of it, then something can go wrong. During those festivals, you find them dancing and then they do, and the thing goes. So the Reverend Father didn't like this habit. He was talking to them one Sunday morning about why they should stop drinking, going to the bar. And luckily, a friend of his, a doctor had come visiting, and he said, don't go, I'll be giving sermon on Sunday. I need you to speak to my congregation. They love this thing so much, they never can get wind of it. And so he agreed to come and speak to them about the terrible thing about drinking alcohol. And so he came to church, and there's a lectern. He put 2 glasses of colorless, but one was alcoholic, one was water, and he dropped a piece of worm into the one that is just water, and the worm just swam it and put in but the cup that had strong liquor, and then the worm went right to the bottom, stone dead. And he said to them, there you are, see what alcohol will do to you. One person at the back stood up and raised his hand and said, oh, thank you so much, doctor. Now we know what this thing we take does to the worms in our stomach. So I don't go to the bar. I don't drink at all, but I hear, say, barrister, right? I'm not. I'd like to be called a lawyer, an attorney, yes, but not a barrister. Okay, did you want to go for tea, breakfast? Shouldn't we take the panel first? The panel has been set already, so we're moving. Okay, so those who want to go for tea, say aye. Okay, so the ayes have it since there are no nays. All right, so we'll break for tea, but only after photographs. I thought we would end properly. We will step forward, all of you, to the PAMSEC right in front, the other officials, Mother Internet, leading the pack. Please come for photo session to bring the opening to a formal close, and then we have tea and return for the panel. Will that work for you? Okay, please step forward very quickly. The PAMSEC and the officials first. Officials will include all of the representatives from the agencies under the ministry and outside. And by the way, are there any persons from ECOWAS here? Because this is really multi-stakeholder. If you're from ECOWAS, raise your hand. ECOWAS. Oh, they joined online? Okay, so ECOWAS online. Officials, that's not enough. Please, Ayitayo. Who else is left out? Shago, please join this session, please. Where else? And Dr. Okoye. Anybody who's a director is at the apex of his profession, really, the career. Just hold on, yes. Let him come. Who else is here? Please join. Austin. I'm scanning to see. Okay, over there, Austin, why don't you let the lady be protected? Austin, go to the right. Who? Me? I don't do endorsement for free. Okay, so please shoot. All right. Thank you very much. That's it. Thank you. So, and this brings to a close the opening ceremony. We'll have tea for just 15 minutes and we'll return to kick off the panel, which is plenary for us at this time. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We'll thank the PAMSEC and all of you who'll be wonderful. And we will announce this break right now for 15 minutes, and we'll return. Thank you.
Do you know what's hiding in your business's data? Companies of
Would you rather pay for your Jumia orders on delivery? We've got you covered. You can pay with Jumia Pay, cash, or card. Order groceries, fashion items, electronics, and many more and pay on delivery. Jumia, your every
Especially out of respect for the panelists, so they can be looking at you without looking very far away. I speak to you, gentlemen and lady, right on the left flank. If you would please move towards the middle, I beg of you. I ask just so we can have good shots, because this program is recorded also. Could you please move a bit towards the middle? I'm sorry that I have to inconvenience you, but Kayode, you're the leader of the group. I'm asking that you please move towards the middle. Thank you, I appreciate it. Just for this session, it will not be more than an hour and a half. You can then sit anywhere you like. We're breaking out anyway. So please, for now, move towards the middle. You're holding up the program. I'm a bit high-handed sometimes when I have a microphone, I'm sorry. Please indulge me, sir. I'm just asking that we move towards the middle for the sake of the camera, because we're recording the event and it wouldn't look good internationally if we find empty seats all over. We asked for the best hall in the facility anyway. It turned out to be bigger than we needed, but it doesn't matter. We can make it worth our while all the same. Thank you, really. Thanks a lot. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Okay, good. Small. We look like family now. It's a lot better. It could still be better, but we can make do now. So welcome back from breakfast, and we will be on for an hour and a half. Thereabouts. I'm just using my liberty to give you room. So we'll be talking about balancing regulation, cybersecurity, and emerging technologies. The keynote speaker for this program will be talking to us online, and he is Mr. Abdul Hakim Ajijola, also a very distinguished member of the industry. And he's international. At the moment, he heads the African Union Cybersecurity Expert Group. They do a lot of work, lots of collaboration really in cybersecurity. and is the best fit at this time to speak on the issue of the intersection of cybersecurity, emerging technologies, and then regulation. So we will be listening to him in the course of the session, but actual moderator for the program is Dr. Eyitayo in your team. Could you please come over and take your seat either on this spot or over there? And I'll keep this story short, but there was a call. It was a story told to me by a gentleman who used to work in Total. Total is an oil company, and I did some work for their organization, Society of Petroleum Engineers, some years back. I wouldn't mention his name, but the story would make some sense. So a call came through, and the person calling on the line said, when the receiver was picked up, hello, so can I speak to doctor? And then the person at the other end who received the call said, which doctor? And the caller said, no, not the witch doctor. In the positive sense, she qualifies as a witch doctor. You don't know this woman. She's capable of just about anything. She's a thoroughbred a counselor, an administrator, a technocrat, and a homemaker. She's got many paths, and she's got a career and a lifetime in oil and gas. True or false? So in this lifetime, the present lifetime, she's the witch doctor of this session on regulation. And she also helps to run NERA. And she does an enormous amount of work at NERA. Even when she's ill, she's coming to work. I know so. And when she can't physically move, she's working at home. And I can call her line. She says, I didn't go to work today, but I have to travel tomorrow, but I have to finish what's on my desk. At home? A desk at home? Oh my goodness. Anyway, that's whom we have to moderate the session. And I had asked to meet the panelists, her panelists. I haven't met all of them. I don't even know all of them, but I would ask for liberty to mention them in the hall. That's a breach of some protocol in my profession, but forgive me for just calling the names out the way we have them. So, okay, so we'll have Karamuzi online. Elena Karamuzi is online. Hopefully, we will have intervene online. So, is anyone able to see her online? Let's know if she's ready. That's what I was calling you back for, because there's persons who are online who have a different timing from we. We can lounge, we can straddle, we can whatever, but those online have to be online and waiting, so we don't keep them waiting. Is she there? Fantastic, fantastic. We're glad to have you. Thanks for your patience. Okay, so we won't have the senator at this time. There's an emergency, but not a terrible one. He's managing it well. He won't join us. But we will have Barrister Mauricio Alaba. Is she with us now? I didn't get to see her. Then Mrs. Shade, that was with us earlier on. Oh, great. Please, could you come up here? We were going to ask the permanent secretary to return, but his handlers didn't know he was going to be on the panel. Are we going to bring back the permanent secretary? Where are his staff? Anyway, there are two persons here, one online and one in person, and that's a good start. So I would leave you now in the very, very able hands of Eyitayo. She will then run the program her own way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
You've
much.
got two persons, one online and one by your side. Excellent. 3 women. Wonderful. Thank you. Would you want that desk, Mike, or would you use mine? Because this is more
This works.
comprehensive.
Can
Okay,
you hear me clearly?
good.
Yes, this works. Good. Good. Good afternoon, everyone. I believe that a good place to start, and before I even start to try to summarize anything, is to listen to somebody I consider also a grandfather of the internet and my egbon. And these are people who have given so much of their time to the growth of internet and digital technology in Africa and globally. I met him first in Marrakesh, so that just tells you how global he is. So Egbon Abdul Hakim Ajijola sent his apologies, sent his recorded presentation weeks before now. And I'll just ask that we patiently listen to him, and then we'll take it from there, if that's okay. So can we watch the keynote, please? Thank you, everybody. Oh, okay. Oh, pardon me. I didn't know, Mrs. Alaba, I didn't know you were online. Can we see you? Can we just test her video and see if we can see and hear her, and whether she can see and hear us? It's getting even more womanly. Awesome, great. We can see you clearly. Good. Can you hear us though? We can't hear her. Okay, she's muted. You're still muted. Can you unmute, please? Okay, it's possible that you have to make her co-host or something. She's co-host, so she should be able to unmute. Please give us a minute, so just so we're sure that everybody can speak, and then we'll start. Can she speak now? Please try to unmute again, Ms. Salaba.
Okay, good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Thank you. Great
Yes,
to hear your
nice
voice.
to hear. Thank you. Thank you, Ma.
All right, thank you very much. Please, let's go ahead with Mr. Jijola. Is there a problem playing? Apologies, everyone. It played yesterday, so I know that it's going to play. We tested it yesterday, so I mean, if I hadn't seen it, then but we played it yesterday. I know it's going to play now.
Distinguished delegates,
Awesome.
esteemed experts, participants, and members of the press. Welcome to the high-level session of the Nigerian Internet Governance Forum 2023. Our purpose today is clear and resolute: to propel us towards a secure and inclusive digital future for Nigeria. As we delve into the heart of the theme, balancing regulation, cybersecurity, and emerging technologies, we must channel our expertise, conviction, and collaboration to steer our nation through the intricate waters of the digital age. Now, Nigeria's digital evolution is not a choice, but a mandate. We stand at a pivotal crossroads where the fusion of technology, regulation, and societal advancement offers unparalleled prospects and intricate challenges. It is within this juncture that we find ourselves entrusted with the sacred task of shaping our nation's digital destiny. In our interconnected world, cybersecurity is the bedrock upon which our just, prosperous, and sustainable digital future rests. The rising tide of cyber threats, particularly targeting our business, academic, government, and other servers, compels us to fortify our defenses. It is imperative that we prioritize cyber literacy for every individual, institution, and most crucially, our children. By nurturing a culture of cyber awareness, we lay the groundwork for trust to flourish within our digital ecosystem. Today, you are initiating a dialogue that examines these challenges and proposes inventive frameworks to curb emerging risks, fostering a realm of secure digital interactions. I am pleased to note that the National Board for Technical Education is currently developing a higher national diploma HND cybersecurity curriculum for Nigerian polytechnics, which is a major step towards developing sustainable indigenous technical capacity. Technology's transformational power is only truly realized when it serves all corners of our society. Nigeria's journey towards inclusive, sustainable growth and prosperity hinges on robust, accessible digital infrastructure that transcends barriers. Yet, we confront obstacles such as inadequate investment, security concerns, and infrastructure neglect. In response, we must commit ourselves to dismantling these barriers, thus paving a path towards an accessible and secure digital infrastructure. By harnessing its potentials, we empower every Nigerian to embrace the promise of the digital revolution. The emergence of technologies like artificial intelligence, quantum computing, 5G, blockchain, cryptocurrencies, IoT, robotics, and the metaverse present us with uncharted frontiers. Our strategic positioning in this dynamic landscape will determine whether we lead or merely follow. By harnessing these technologies, we can stimulate economic growth, ignite social progress, and enhance good governance. However, great potential bears great responsibility. Our collective wisdom will be tested as we navigate challenges in technology adoption, data privacy, security, regulation, and governance. Today, we must set forth on a mission to harness those innovations for the betterment of Nigeria and her people. In the era of data proliferation, we find ourselves at a crucial juncture. How do we harmonize data's utility with the sanctity of individual privacy? As we delve into the intricacies of data governance, we uncover a delicate balancing act. How do we leverage data for growth while safeguarding the rights of our citizens? Through a multi-stakeholder approach, we must embark on a discourse that illuminates pathways to responsible data management and monetization, cultivating a digital landscape founded on integrity and accountability. As we move forward in our journey, the call to action resounds with unwavering urgency. First and foremost, we need collaboration. We must unite government bodies, private enterprises, civil society, academia, and our citizens to amplify our collective impact. We need education. We must prioritize cybersecurity education, empowering citizens, especially children, to navigate the digital realm responsibly. We also need inclusive infrastructure. We must champion policies that bridge divides, enabling digital progress to reach every citizen. We must also innovate with integrity. We must harness emerging technologies while enacting agile regulatory frameworks that safeguard against risks. And one of these key frameworks is the creation of safe reporting spaces by our various regulators. We must also engage in multi-stakeholder governance. To do this, we must forge partnerships for data privacy, upholding the balance between data utilization and individual rights. And we must empower. We must nurture our youth, entrepreneurs, and innovators, catalyzing Nigeria's digital economy. And last but not least, we must take action. We must transform this discourse into action, each voice igniting change and shaping our digital future. As we embark on this transformative journey, let us carry forth our spirit of determination and collaboration. Let us champion a secure, inclusive, and prosperous digital future for Nigeria, where every citizen thrives in the digital age. The obstacles may be formidable, yet our resilience, intellect, and unity will propel us beyond limitations. As Nigerian leaders, you must ask yourself, will Nigeria suffer from technological disruption, or do we make Nigeria to be the global technological disruptor? The time for action is now. Let us rise together, shaping a collective digital destiny that resonates through generations yet unborn. Thank you for your attention. As they say in my hometown, Boyai Kareo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Jijola, and we hope you're having a good time where you are. So I would like to start by just as he was speaking, I was putting together a few points, and I'm not going to talk a lot about what I do, but I must mention that if you're sitting here, you don't have a .ng domain, I don't know, maybe we should move you to the back. So we're talking about the internet. Our online presence is driven by our identifier, and the .ng domain is our identifier. Oh, and I'm Chief Operating Officer, Mira. My friends are tired of me because I keep asking, they're having a conversation, and my new business, I want to register a domain. Then I hear .com. Then before I start, they say, I will register a .ng domain. That's better. The infrastructure that is behind .ng is the same as the infrastructure behind everywhere. Save yourself some dollar, keep your money. We have over 100 accredited registrars. So that's my introduction. That's who I am, .ng. Having started, by that, as Egma Jijola spoke, I started to think about the internet and the fact that it's probably one of the greatest tools that have been created to bridge the divide between development and developing economies, because that is the way that we know what is possible. Think about that today as we listen to these able panelists and think about what is possible, because the internet tells us that nothing is impossible. It just says, I am possible. And when we think about it, we think about the internet. The next thing that probably comes to your mind is cybersecurity, because the threats are real. Just 2 days ago, a friend of mine's email got hacked. And in a few hours, the damage that was done, I don't know if anybody here has had their WhatsApp, hacked or something, and the damage that is done in just a few hours. Yet when you ask people, do you have two-factor authentication? They don't have. So education is critical. People don't even know how to be on the internet, how to behave on the internet, how to protect themselves on the internet. There's such a huge gap. Education is also the way to keep our youth off the street. If you think about emerging technologies and the internet and just, the fulcrum in the middle of all this is the fact that there's so much to do. And the internet provides the way to do it, the access to the way to do it. Yet we have people who are sitting down and saying that they have nothing to do. They have no work. That gap should be bridged by some of the things that our panelists will speak about today. And then when we think about innovation, I used to work many years ago with one of the largest global software companies. And every time we would see something work, in Oman, in Dubai, in the US, and then we say, oh, this will meet, the needs of this particular organization. And when we brought it back, we got the nickname. Okay, I can't tell you the nickname because then I'll tell you the organization, but we got nicknames because the same solution that is working everywhere else, and they train us and we can deliver when we bring it back here because the people are unique. So innovation only truly becomes innovation when it solves the problem that is specific to the geography that it is meant to solve. I mean, so if you think about social media and the way that we have all turned it into a tool for fighting and hate, and you think about what else it can be. So all we did was transfer our thoughts and the way that we behave generally into that space, which means that everybody who was introducing this to us should have introduced it with a few lines, maybe. Okay, so that brings me to regulation, right? When the lines are too thick, then it kills innovation. Because then if we talk about policy and we talk about government and we talk about driving policy, if the policies are not flexible enough to accommodate change, if they're not flexible enough to be driven locally, if they're not flexible enough to be adapted in my village, where only one network can give you internet access, then maybe we're not innovating well enough yet. So when we therefore talk about emerging technologies and we say, oh, there are all these solutions out there, I think that understanding that emerging technologies can easily solve many of the problems that we think are insurmountable will therefore bring you to why we're having this panel today, to discuss cybersecurity, to discuss emerging technologies, to look at how, as the multi-stakeholder, Mama Nira is not here, to look at how the multi-stakeholder-led model is invaluable. We have to bring everybody to the table. So I'm excited that I'm going to have Mrs. Dada here. She comes from wealth of experience. Interestingly, I moderated her session during the West Africa IGF in Abidjan a few weeks ago in May. And we're going to have Elena. I've seen a lot of work that Colin International is also doing online. We're going to listen to them. And we're going to have Morisola Alaba, who's driving the youth IGF. Because we can't do this without the next generation. Some of us are on our way out. And then we look behind us. We want to see a planting. We want to see the next generation. We want to see you rise up and take your place. So this conversation is really critical for me. So I'm going to ask you to give a round of applause as I ask the panelists to start to tell us about what they do. So I'm going to start with Mrs. Dadak. She's right here beside me, and ask her to, I think there's a mic there, and ask her to tell us a little bit about what she does, and we'll start the conversation from there. Thank you.
So as was mentioned, my name is Shade Dada, and I work for Meta Platforms, Inc. We're a large tech company, formerly known as Facebook. We brought you Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, Oculus, Threads are some of the brands that you may be aware of. What I do at Meta is I manage public policy for Anglophone West Africa. And I also lead a lot of our connectivity and innovation policy work across the continent. And so I was really excited when I was invited to come to this panel in particular, because outside of social media, which most people know us for, we're involved in a lot of emerging tech. We are engaged in AI work long before ChatGPT and the new craze over AI was formed. We've been working in AI for quite some time. We're also champions of the metaverse, a lot of AR and VR work. And so I was very excited to have the opportunity to talk about that type of work and how we do it in such a way that is inclusive, which is a theme that we're working with for IGF. I'm also a member of the Nigeria Internet Governance Forum, the multi-stakeholder advisory group. And I think multi-stakeholder approaches are extremely important. So hopefully today, I'll be able to contribute on what I believe and what our company believes are the key driving factors towards having inclusive digital transformation in Nigeria, and they include topics such as open innovation, responsible innovation, and participating in policy-making processes. Those are the three areas I'd like to focus on throughout the course of the discussion. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Thank you. And Elena, she's online. Would you like to tell us a little bit about what you do and, you know, why you're here maybe? Yeah.
Yes, yes. Thank you very
panel
much.
means for you.
Thanks a lot for inviting me. I am connecting from Brussels today, and I think this panel is quite interesting because Calen International actually does a regulatory monitoring. So we are regulatory experts, and I am the head of the global research at Calen International. So this invitation is very meaningful for Calen and also for me personally, because we are really interested in understanding how policies and regulations in the digital world interact and how they work and adapt to the specific context. So for me, this is also an opportunity to learn more about Nigeria and to understand the challenges that in any case I perceive as global, because similar challenges are observed in comparable countries that are like Nigeria, highly populated, but also with, let's say, some kind of gaps to be addressed and concerns regarding how to govern the internet world, and so this is where the regulation and perhaps the regulatory competencies of Calen can contribute. So thank you very much for inviting me, and also I would like to add that I did a bit of homework before to prepare to this panel, so I had the idea to compare a little bit Nigeria with countries that present similarities, countries like Brazil, countries like Egypt or India and South Africa, for example. The agenda is very, very similar. So what is interesting to see is how different jurisdictions around the world are addressing global challenges of the online world. So thanks for inviting me, and I hope I may contribute well to this discussion.
Very much, Elena. Thank you. So Morisola.
Good morning, everybody. Once again, thank you very much. It's great to be here. Actually, I am Marisola Alaba, the coordinator of the Nigerian Youth Internet Governance Forum. I also work, I'm a legal practitioner, by the way, and I also work as a program coordinator for Digital Grassroots. Digital Grassroots is an organization that actually takes youth on digital literacy courses at the grassroots level to educate them on the need to educate them on basically internet governance and digital rights. Thank you. It's great. It's nice to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So when I think about the conversations that we can have today, and I was just saying to Shade earlier that we can go, you know, it can go really, there's no end to the conversations. I think that what I'd like to start from, and it's good that she's here, I'm going to start with her, because I want to ask about infrastructure. In your opinion, what do you think the state, the true state of digital? Now, when we talk about infrastructure, many people start to think about the big things, but now I'm just really looking at access. I mean, we have seen countries like Kenya, where mobile money, for example, has become like, you can't see the shilling any longer on the streets. And just in your experience, where are we in terms of infrastructure? And how do you think that governments can, therefore, what do you think can be done in terms of the policy framework from government to improve this infrastructure?
So infrastructure is actually near and dear to me. Infrastructure is very dear to me. I started my career at the Federal Communications Commission in the United States, working on wireless infrastructure in particular. And what I have discovered, just move forward a little, move forward. Yeah, that should be. Thank you. What I've learned over the years is that there's the coverage issue. So having connectivity infrastructure in place that will bring the internet, bring broadband to communities. And then there's also the usage issue. So at Meta, we have spent quite a bit of resources to work on research that looks at this issue and connectivity gaps that exist across the world. So we have partnered with The Economist. You can look it up. We have what's called the Inclusive Internet Index, or 3II. And what this research looks at is both the physical infrastructure, so cables, both fiber optic and fiber cables, and towers and wireless solutions, subsea, all of that, and what is the proliferation of those infrastructure across Africa amongst other continents. And what we've discovered over the last 5 years is that though infrastructure or coverage access has increased by about 75% over the last 5 years, the actual usage has not kept up. And so that tells me that not only do we have to have investment in infrastructure deployment and the policies that enable that, but we also have to have investment in what is considered access, meaning device affordability, looking at issues of digital literacy and gender gaps, those sorts of things. And I think we've been particularly heavy on resolving the physical infrastructure, which is still important and still necessary. But I think we have to spend a little more time at investigating when there is internet available, why aren't people getting online and using it to its full potential? At Meta, we have over the years partnered with local operators and service providers in Nigeria to do fiber builds, working on what's called the 2 project, where we're working with national capacity to destroy them soon. And so that's, but I just wanted to emphasize, while we've done such a creating the policies that are necessary to those in infrastructure build out, infrastructure policy. We see that in Nigeria, we have that reducing right-of-way access fees. We have that, we're working towards it, but we need to see a lot more also on the accessibility, the access side, the usage side, to address that gap as well.
Oh, thank you. And I'll bring Morisola here, because it's interesting that you say penetration has increased, devices probably have increased, but generally infrastructure in terms of the fixed infrastructure has increased, but now there's the coverage, but there's also the usage. And you tell us that 75% increase in coverage. In usage, we should be overusing, not underusing. So let me ask Morisola, what do you think about this? And from your point of view, managing the youth and coordinating the youth IGF, what's your opinion about why are we not yet using the internet as much as it is available? Because that's what we're hearing now. Morisola.
Thank you very much, Ma. this is very strange because while the keynote speaker was actually speaking, I was jotting down some things, and the things that just keep coming to my mind was capacity building. I think the issue is basically that people don't have knowledge. Sensitization is still very, very low. I can bet you if you should take a survey around big cities in Nigeria and just talk about probably things that has to do with infrastructure, internet governance, and the likes, you get to know that a number of youths don't even know about these things exist. They don't know that these things actually exist, but they basically know about the side of the internet, the social media side, and the lots of apps that keeps them busy, keeps them happy and gyrating always. But when it comes to sensitive issues in like infrastructure development, in like digital rights, internet governance, and more deep things in the IT sector, you'll find out that you have very low knowledge of those things. So I'll always say capacity building cannot be overflogged. Every time we have to continue, keep raising awareness. I think the awareness level of these things, they are fantastic work. Meta has been doing awesome work. When I see it, I'm like, oh, this is wow. I'm really, really pleased and very happy with it. And the way the internet is going, if we are not moving along that side, we just fall by the wayside. So if we enhance more capacity building, sit down and talk about how we build capacity to the point that it can also reach the target audience. So there's one thing to build, okay, to have a structure of building capacity. There's another thing to be like, what kind of thing what kind of format it takes to actually meet the target audience, for the target audience to be able to understand these issues. You cannot build the capacity of you the same way you build the capacity of the elderly, something like that. You can't build it the same way you build the capacity of the young ones. And I think another thing can help capacity building is some of these things can be transcended into the educational sector. The internet is here to stay. It's not going anywhere. Instead, it just keeps improving and improving. Then why can't we transcend all these things that we want people to learn into the educational sector? Let people start learning it from as early as possible. Primary schools, secondary schools, tertiary institutions. And I think it will help because they become very, very familiar. And this is not just people in the sciences, computer sciences, the ICT sector. Everybody can be able to learn this thing and they will become very, very familiar with issues, stems, and other things like that. Thank you very much.
Can be achieved with the internet, with the devices, with the connectivity, with AI, with blockchain. You know, what are we talking about? And I remember the training 2012 on the Internet of Things, which is now so like, you know, it's basic. The first time, you know, I was sitting there with my colleagues and we're looking at, and they were saying, well, if you bought something online, the internet would have the capacity to predict, you know, your buying culture and the way that you spend money and all that. And it was just 10 years ago. And here we are today. If you even have a conversation about something, Instagram is gonna send you all the ads. It's gonna so the internet is here to stay, like she said. And we're still talking about capacity, and it's 2023. And now we have blockchain, now we have, you know, AI, now we have virtual reality. There is so much that can be achieved. So I'm gonna go to Elena now and ask her, and it's great, Elena, that you've done this research. I like that you mentioned Brazil is one of the countries that I'm particularly interested in, the stuff that they're doing. So I want to ask you, from what you have observed, and you may not have, you probably have benefit of some research, some actual research on Nigeria. Meta has the research already. From what you have seen happening in other countries, similar countries, where do you think the low-hanging fruits would be? How do we even start to build the capacity for 200 million people? I don't know what percent of whom are living in rural areas without access to education first. So we're talking about capacity building now. So Elena, what do you think? What are the low-hanging? How do we even begin to eat this elephant?
Well, first of all, I think that as regards, let's say, infrastructure, I looked at Nigeria from different perspective. Let's say, assuming that, for example, sufficiently competitive environment in the telecom sector somehow addresses certain challenges, like, for example, coverage and reaching customers and to some extent, even affordability can be addressed with some level of competition, let's say. So competition is essential to also to make sure that accessibility is possible and is increased in a certain way. But having said that, I appreciate, let's say, the regulatory approach of Nigeria, and I have observed the work of the NCC recently, for example, in addressing not only, let's say, updating existing regulations regarding the typical terrestrial segments of networks, but also, for example, the satellite. I see that there has been a recent inquiry in Nigeria about that, to ensure that there is also diversity of infrastructure in the system that for sure will increase the opportunities and the competitive landscape. And so I see that as a very positive signal. Also, something that is very important are the effort from the NITDA in building a policy for cloud computing. I think that is very important, because let's not forget that in the digital economy, having infrastructure, data centers infrastructure is quite essential. And there are countries in even let's say in other parts of the world, but for example, Brazil that you just mentioned is now building the cloud infrastructure policy. So it's in some respects, Nigeria is even ahead of other countries. There are some also, let's say, some structural limitations and challenges. I was observing, for example, that in South Africa there is this problem, this energy problem that is somehow under scrutiny now at ICASA, because there is this load shedding that has an impact on the telecommunication infrastructure. And but I see that the approach is really calling all the stakeholders responsibly in really trying to address these problems in a cooperative way. So and I go to the ultimate objective of this panel, that is discussing about the balance, finding what is the right balance. And I think that we really have to be careful in seeking this balance, considering that there are many ways to intervene, from, let's say, a highly regulated environment up to self-regulatory environments until co-regulation. And depending on the specific challenges to be addressed, different type of approaches can be used. And even in Europe, we have, for example, you mentioned artificial intelligence and regulation of online platform. In that respect, there is a mix of regulation and co-regulation, and this is part of a very inclusive discussion with all the stakeholders are involved. So I hope I answered your question. It's very, very broad. So it's I think it's important to make a distinction in any case between the infrastructure challenges from the technologies like AI or blockchain and so on that somehow enable and the work and work, let's say, across different elements of the value chain of the communication and digital value chain. So I think it's it's quite interesting to see how Nigeria is addressing different chapters, and also the institutional environment is quite robust with regulators and agencies in place, and that is quite important to ensure that there are the right policies and regulations in place.
Thank you, Alina. I'm still coming to you. You probably know that Nigeria now has the Nigeria Data Protection regulation in place, which kind of came after the GDPR. But if I want to have a conversation, to drive the conversation around the issues of cybersecurity, then it begs the question about data integrity. Because every time we talk about cybersecurity and safety, people think, how safe am I really? The information that I put out there, I don't know about you, every time I want to fill a form and they ask me my email address, I get that, that check. You ask me my phone number. I mean, and I see that many institutions are still not implementing the NDPR, because even here, I apologize, but we didn't follow the NDPR processes, which says that my data should be private to me. But in your experience, Elena, the conversation around cybersecurity and then the conversation around data integrity, how has it worked in Europe? It'll be nice to hear. So let's move a little bit, let's take the focus a little bit out of ourselves now. It'll be nice to hear how it has worked out there, implementing the GDPR and the reality on ground. What are the nations? What are people? What's the experience of the people on ground, so that we can bring it down to Nigeria? Thank you.
Yeah, let's say that the GDPR has very important provisions that address different type of concerns. And let's say as regards the GDPR implementation, there has been, let's say, a great effort in setting where they did not exist, or empowering the role of national data protection authorities, and somehow establishing also a mechanism of collaboration across Europe between these agencies. So that somehow has been the organizational framework, ensuring the possibility to enforce the very important rules that are set in the GDPR. Then let's say that there are other parts of the GDPR that address other type of issues, including, for example, the transfers of data outside the EU, and what you mentioned before, the data sovereignty and the possibility for individuals to be in control of their data, especially when they were transferred. So the EU had to put in place some mechanism to recognize, let's say, the countries of the countries of destination where these data flows arrived were sufficiently robust in terms of protection and usage of these data. So it's quite a complex mechanism in Europe, but I would like to add that let's say similar type of legislation somehow in countries that do not have let's say the complexity of a European Union that is a region somehow governed with its own treaties and the need to to comply with this EU framework. In other jurisdictions around the world, there are also data protection laws, and these laws were revised very recently to address the type of concern that you just mentioned. Just to say that, of course, I see that Nigeria adopted this law in June, I think, this year. But for example, India adopted a very significant new set of data protection rules that were debated very long, that address exactly this type of concerns about the data transfers, about the sufficient level of consent, and even the protection of minors. So these are type of additions to the existing frameworks that are not only observed in Europe, but are also observed in many other countries around the world that are really comparable also to Nigeria. So I think it's also on the cybersecurity aspects. Let's say that Europe is working in different direction. It's not just about protecting the data and having the sufficient control over the usage of the data, but also it's about cybersecurity seen, for example, from the safety of products, for example, in the value chain, to having ways for a government institution to check, let's say, the robustness of intermediate users, etc. So it's really a work that has taken a different direction. And of course, also on AI, there is specific legislation that has been presented, the AI Act, and we also have the Data Act. So it's the regulatory instruments used in Europe are really very broad and at the same time addressing different angles, but in a kind of consistent approach, a global approach that is considered effective for the EU requirements. So it's, let's say that, for example, recently we have had some new rules on online platforms, the Digital Service Act, that addresses content and somehow sets some levels of regulation, but also self-regulatory mechanisms or co-regulatory mechanisms to ensure that the online environment is sufficiently safe. So it's there are cybersecurity seen from many angles. Also, there is another issue that is important, is about the countering of online scams. That is also a very important chapter of cybersecurity. And several countries around the world, from Australia to Singapore to others, have really worked on their respective legislative and non-legislative systems to ensure a better safety for all online users, minors and adults. So it's a lot of work that regulators are doing on cybersecurity.
Galina, so I want to go to Marisola because she's also a lawyer, so this is right down her alley. Aside from, so she's sitting as a legal practitioner and she's sitting as the coordinator of the Youth Internet Governance. And I want to ask about this balance. So this panel is about balance, and we're talking about all these issues and how to balance them. So data sharing and data protection and sovereignty of data. Marisola, what do you, and then listening now to concepts, I mean, I'm hearing some of the new laws that I had no idea about, and this has really driven me. I'm going to go and look at what has happened with the GDPR and all the other bylaws and the policies that have been set up. But thinking about Nigeria, Marisola, and the way that data is processed and the way that data is shared in our country, how do you think we can strike a balance? Because there's also, it's like, there's always the propensity that you may go under attack. And when people do, and I'll give the example of WhatsApp groups, because I'm sure everybody here has had one scammer or the other go into a group and then start to scam people. So how does Nigeria start to strike a balance between the benefits of data sharing? I mean, imagine if your NIN card, you could vote with your NIN card and you just had, you know, everything streamlined. And so data sharing among government institutions and agencies, we're seeing some of it now, but how do we strike a balance and look at this in line with the growth that we require in the digital economy at the same time, considering security and safety of the data? So Marisola, it'll be nice to hear your thoughts on this.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. So I think basically our data, although yes, Nigeria has the Nigerian Data Protection Regulation by NIDA. Recently, we also passed the Data Protection Act. So it's really a great fit coming from where we had no data protection and every data was just all over the place. But in terms of the laws and regulation, we are getting there. But in terms of the practicality of it, we are still far from it because I think the NDPR says that you share data with the consent of the data owner, but most often than not, this is not shared. You just keep your data in one place, and when you know it, you are getting messages from somewhere else, and you're like, I didn't subscribe to this platform, I have not used this, how is my data here? And it makes me cringe, probably because I know the issues and I understand better. It makes me cringe when I see like things that I've not subscribed to, I have no business with, and I'm like, somebody has shared my data. But the thing is that the practicality of it, I think we just have to actually run with what has been laid down for us by NISDA in the data protection regulation and even the data protection act itself. We have to ensure that now we have to use it, we have to really work it. I think in terms of using, and I think even the regulatory agencies are also not holding bodies that are keeping people data, the data storers account right now. They're not holding them accountable, because if there is accountability, how is your data processed? And people are really working towards ensuring that people's data are safe. If you're sharing the data, you're sharing it within the confines of the law, you're sharing it with the consent of the owner of data. And in the regulation and law, there are specific laid down rules where you can't share data with the consent of the owners. If those things are followed to the letter T, I'm sure that we'll be able to at least accomplish a lot more in terms of data sharing and data protection, including sovereignty of data. Another issue I see basically is the fact that now we have these laws, aside the fact that we have these laws in place and it's not being used as we really want it to be used. We also most often times we see that the laws actually play catch up to the issues. So when an issue comes, that's when the law continually plays catch up. We don't actually balance it out and say, okay, there are new issues. We don't think wide enough to be saying that, okay, this might be the emerging issues in some years. I know that, yes, from the point of the regulators, they're actually doing like their bits in terms of providing the laws, the policies, the regulation on this kind of issues. But I think we still need to do more, because in terms of implementation is still very, very, very weak in our ecosystem. And I think that's where we have to start seeing the issues. Let's start holding the data companies accountable. Let's start holding the data holders accountable, the storage facilities accountable for the kind of data they collect. If they are sharing, does the law say is within there must be consent of the data owner, or does the law say, okay, what are the exceptions to that law, and so many things like that. I think the moment we start holding data storage, those that store our data is more accountable, I think we'll also go a long way than that. And again, capacity building, you have to also educate people about how their data works, because so many people just data and you just write your name here, and they don't really know they don't know why their data is being processed. We should also be able to educate them concerning this thing, and this is how your data is going to be processed. This is why there are organizations that you can call back your data and they will give it to you and they remove it from their system. So all those kind of things is what we should see. The implementation side is what I don't think I'm really saying. Yes, the policy side, there's much of an improvement over the years, but in terms of implementation, that's still very low. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That's interesting. And thinking about data and data policies and data safety and sovereignty brings me to the children, because COVID came, and even people who had sworn not to give young ones devices didn't have a choice because schools went online. And COVID came. The entire world changed when COVID came. But what now happened was that we were not prepared, right? We were not ready. We didn't have enough information, and parents still don't have enough information. Now, thank God for NCC and the Ndukwe Kalu Foundation and the work that is being done on child online safety. But just looking at the policies that have been put in place, are there policies that you would recommend that can be included in the data protection regulation? So when a minor is online and maybe doing homework or doing some research or something, are there additional policies, or is there something that Meta is doing to increase protection? I know that there's an age limit to be on your platforms and all that, but what are your other thoughts about this?
Sure. Online safety for children is extremely, extremely important for obvious reasons, but I don't think that there needs to be something included in the National Data Protection Act. I mean, after it's been passed, so I don't think we need to amend it in any way. There are provisions that are specifically designed to capture this issue there, but there are other agencies that are working on online child safety policies, including the NCC. The NCC has done great work on this topic, and I've learned that they'll soon be releasing their policy on that. So we should stay tuned for that. But there's also organizations across the country that are extremely focused on this issue. Just a few months ago, I participated, Meta sponsored a program that Tech Societal did. They held in Lagos, and it was specifically focused on image-based abuse. And there were components of the discussion focused on children having to deal with things like sharing images, being groomed to share images online, and that sort of thing. And we already have organizations that are focused on those issues. So to me, in that instance, it's not only about the policy side, literal regulation, but how do we make the most use of the CSOs, the folks that are in the community and see firsthand what the issues are, and help them, empower them, fund them to be able to do the outreach that is necessary to educate the masses. And so, that's just one organization that we've partnered with over the years, but there's several across the country that are working on this issue. In particular, I met a lady who's a fellow of the Nigeria School of Internet Governance yesterday. I lectured there, and there was a lady, her name is escaping me, but she has an organization that she's been running for 7 years that specifically focuses on this issue. And she was telling me that, she just needs to get more traction and get more funding and to be able to have greater reach. And so a lot of times we're focused on what can the government do when we have homegrown solutions throughout our community that we need to empower. The other thing I would say about that is a lot of it is also around just general literacy about these issues. So you mentioned during COVID, people just kind of had to dash in, they had to dive in. Well, there are resources that are readily available online right now. We have a program called My Digital World, and we used to do it where you have to come to a session like this, get training, and go back home and try to give that information to other people. Now it completely exists online. So right now, today, you can go to mydigitalworld.fb.com and you'll get training modules on online safety. How do you fight cybersecurity? How do you avoid crime online? Two-factor authentication, all these issues, minors' use of the internet, parents, how do you put certain safeguards on devices? There's so many modules, and there's presentations, slide decks that you can go through, videos, and people can use this for their personal education, but they can also use it in classroom settings. They can use it in community groups, churches, mosques, wherever your sphere of influence is that you want to be able to pass this information along. And it all exists for free. And there's a train the teacher or teach the teacher model, so that if there are teachers that want to be able to use this and share it, they can do so via that website and download everything for free. So the resources are there, they exist. It's just about getting the information out there for people to know that it exists, and then empowering the organizations that are already doing the work in the communities, because every locale is going to have something different that they're facing when it relates to this issue. The other thing I would say is use of technologies to detect harmful activity. So we talk about AI, for instance, and we're looking at how it could be used to create movies or avatars, or used to help you do your homework or create your new presentation. But AI is also able to detect harmful behavior online. As we speak today, Meta is using AI to detect child predator activity on our platforms. We have code that is designed specifically to detect trends, to detect when there's images being shared that may include nudity or things like that. And so those are also things that we should think about, is how do we use these innovative solutions that we have to address these types of issues.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to break it a little bit, because we've been doing all the talking. And I think it would be nice to, and we're not going to questions yet. I just want to ask, there's a slight echo, isn't there? I just want to ask one or two people who are already involved either in child online safety or emerging technologies in Nigeria to just share in 2 minutes what you currently do. You know, we come to these fora, and most of the time, just like she said, there are people doing amazing work. I work in the field, I support a number of teenage organizations. And sometimes when I'm invited to a camp to come and speak, and I see 500 children, I keep thinking to myself, oh my God, they're here, you know, and these people can reach them. Why can't we reach them? So if you're here, two people, good, yes, sir, please. Okay, good, we have 2 people. Yeah, we have 1 woman, so we increase it to 3, yeah. I'm moderator. So can we have you, sir? Can we have a mic, please? Just share 2 minutes, what you're doing right now, and you know how it keys into this conversation that we're having. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. My name is Manja Titus. I work with NAPDIP, and I'm the head of the cyber response team. And don't worry, I have .gov.ng. I had this since 2005. So, so my email address has been there since 2005. So I'm compliant with that. And for Meta, I think we've worked a lot with Meta in issues of child online protection, because I know for the past maybe a year now, I think Meta has sponsored 3 of our trainings of our team, especially those that we work under the team of the child online protection. And it might interest you to know that even yesterday, I think I have a team from the law enforcement outreach in Meta, I think called us to ask us about trends of especially Nigerians that are being used, especially young boys that are used for scam and taken to some other West African countries for. So we do a lot of trend analysis with other agencies, but it might interest you to know that it's a crisis, especially child online in Nigeria. There's a database that we have, which we access from the US government now, that we have over 260,000 cases of child online from Nigeria. So you can see it's a crisis. People don't know out there, but we've been working on that, and it's really, that's why education is key. I keep saying, even us as a law enforcement is there, but we need support even from civil society, even the industry, especially Nigerian tech industry. They need to actually support us, especially in terms of information and taking down of or even identifying these actors, especially because Meta is unfortunate, but the accounts, Facebook, we have a lot of compromised accounts on Facebook that are used for a lot of these issues. The new trend now is financial extortion, which is an emerging crime, which I don't know, there's been a lot of, Facebook or advertisement of 2 Nigerian youths who have been extradited to US by the EFCC. I know that case very well because it passed through even the database we used. So it's a case that we really need to work on, and especially with the tech industries in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam. The leaders in tech industry are here, they're listening, they're online. Thank you. Thank you, Nafti, for all your work.
Thank you very much. My name is Moses Joshua. I'm the programs manager for Cybersecurity Education Initiative, which is a youth-led not-for-profit organization. So earlier this year, our mandate is actually to promote cybersecurity awareness as well as prevent cybercrime among the youth in Nigeria. So earlier this year, we had a project to implement in Ajegunle, Lagos, and Ikorodu, which is more like the tent of probably young people that are engaging in cybercrime in Nigeria. And to be honest, what we found out was shocking, because children from the age of, in their GS class, primary school, before they get into secondary school, most of them that are learned will be helping the main guys, the Yahoo guys, to be writing essays, writing whatever. So the project was actually to go there, tell them this is bad, but these guys know even more than we do in terms of, they're already in the system. So we tried to tell them this is it with the collaboration of EFCC actually, to provide alternative pathways for them, saying, oh, you can use your skill to do this, you can use your skill to do that. But again, I started to wonder, what next even after this? Because we're talking about cybersecurity and innovation and technology and all, but we need to actually look for ways to engage these people. And October is actually Cybersecurity Awareness Month. And what we try to do is to organize a national essay competition for students, secondary school students, and we have some prizes and all to give to them. So we need to actually change narrative of saying, oh, we need to have solutions that will combat cybercrime and cyber threat and all, to look for the root cause. The root cause, what is the cause of it? Many Nigerians now are being banned from a lot of things, virtual work, because of the negative perception they have about Nigeria. So there is a solution. Let's go back to the grassroots and work it out. Thank you.
And the lady at the back. Thank you. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Enji. My name is Dr. Azan. I'm the CEO of iTech Center for Nigerian Women and Youth. And for the last 19 years, we've been into the force of digitization, of empowering the youth, and then, of course, the children, inclusive of course, women. Just like the last speaker said, there has been a lot of issues. And when the last two speakers on your panel were speaking, the question on my mind is, who are the children? What is the age we are talking about? Because a lot of times, like I think the lady lawyer told us, there are quite a lot of addressing this digital inclusion. And in the tech sector, we have not deliberately identified age gaps. So when we talk about this, we look at issues, because for us in the iTech Center, we're taking time to look at women in that different stratum, the ladies who are in tertiary institution. And that's particularly one of the things that we are, because we just realized that while we talk about child online protection, nobody is thinking about that cluster of females, of young people or males within the tertiary institution. We see them as Yahoo boys and Yahoo whatever, but what are we doing to target them? And that's very strategic. And we are hoping that by the grace of God in November, during our Women's Tech Week, that's one of the strategy of looking at the females in tertiary institution. What are we doing for them? Because many of them want to do business, they want to make money. And of course, with the way the academic institutions and things are going, everybody's just out to do business. And so when they are online, what happens to them? How safe are they? I saw something I was just trying to look for early this morning from a lady on Facebook. And they said Facebook is going to be taking over your data and then taking over your picture, and then you should copy this and paste it somewhere. So I was just happy when I heard her speaking. I said, okay, maybe this is a good place to educate us so that we know exactly how safe we are. Because this isn't about just children, it's about just the youth, it's about the entire community. And we need to build a complete, I kept hearing the female lawyer saying capacity building, saying awareness. It's always interesting every time we gather like this, for those who are online and those of us here, we are just a tiny fraction of this population in the country. And so after here, what next? And I want to hope that the likes of Meta will look into how to partner, how to support, because Nigerians are doing quite a lot online. But if you ask me as I sit, is that I'm going to drop the fact that what capacity are we building? Everybody talks about building capacity. Is it just for us to continue to download? How much content are we putting online? And those are critical discussion issues that I think going forward, we need to look at. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I've had an amazing panel, and then you have all been amazing. And thank you very much. And I will take 2 questions and then we close. Oh, online participants, I'm sorry. Is there one person online, the first hand you see online, one person who'd like to share what they're currently doing? Pardon me, I apologize. Online, I'm sorry, online. Mr. Kamabonta, pardon me. Is there anybody? Can you please unmute them? One person. No, we can only take one, please. One person from the online audience, please.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so my name is Engineer Daniel Okon from the University of Port Harcourt. Actually, I'm very glad to be part of this program because I've been reaching for a time where possibly young minds could collaborate with the government. I'm in charge, I'm the head of IT in the university. I'm also a cybersecurity specialist and the head of networking. And what we see most times is alarming. You know, we in networking, let me say we control the internet. So whatever traffic comes through, we know where it's going to and where it's coming from. So I've been trying to build, and that's tactically build capacity of youth and young guys to make them see the positive sides of the divide of the game instead of the other side. For instance, in Port Harcourt now, we have built what we call an innovation and research center. I won't really go deep into that because it's more security related. But what we are trying to do is to replicate what we see outside this country. For instance, outside this country, when the government sees some youth that are enterprising in ethical hacking, which is the field I also belong to, they get them together somewhere and throw challenges facing the nation at them, hoping that they will resolve such issues using their already existing knowledge. And that is one missing gap in our country of today, because we have quite a lot of, I know quite a lot of them, they have all left the shores of the country. And by the prediction in about 2030, we may lose quite bright minds. And those that are left here, they're using these skills to do the other side of the game. So I'm canvassing that if possible, let this forum continue and maybe a round table practically now should be set aside where some of these things we have talked about, we can see how to involve the young minds in solving the country, like what we are doing currently. We're trying to see how to use technology and a lot of these skills, cybersecurity, ethical hacking, and all of that to safeguard our nation. So things like that and some other things, others in Lagos have come up with issues, try to bring it to the table and involve our young minds, bring them back to the country virtually or physically, put them together in a room, throw challenges at them, fund it, and we would see what can be developed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I want to take 2 questions, one here and one, but it has to be straight to the question. Nothing else.
Hello, well done. This is from Oyo Tech Hub. This is a technology hub, so we need to have a session of at least 1 minute with you. Thank you very much. Can I go ahead, please?
He started speaking. Let's just be polite.
Yeah, thank you very much. So My name is Ibukun Atoro. We are representing Oyo Technology Hub. As you can see, we're talking from our hub here. Okay, so look at the crowd here. We are concerned about the internet penetration, which is very key to national development. So we are looking at a lesser subscription packages that can be given either by NCC or National Technology Digital Agency, which will penetrate the underserved communities here. Here are teachers of public secondary schools where you hardly see a signal of internet in some areas from either MTN or any of your telcos player. Now, what are government going to do? What are we planning to do to increase the penetration across communities here? One, two, in a case where telcos are still the dominant operators of internet provisions, can't there be a leverage whereby the data being sold to people in underserved community like ours are arranged under another separate tariff? This is what I am saying. You can't compare somebody living in Lagos Island or somebody working in Lagos or working in Abuja or Port Harcourt to somebody working at Isei or a remote area in Oyo town here and be buying the same data gig or data plan of the same value.
Thank you very much.
I don't know how to plug that into what you are doing today. Please, we need a response to this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And great to have that we have NIDA in the room and we have NCC in the room, but none of them is represented on this panel. But they have, I noted that they were scribbling, so I'm sure that they will get back to the Oyo Tech Hub. I'm also on some of the panels. Nira is represented on some of the panels working on implementing government policy. I can tell you for free that implementing, there are many factors that make implementing in Nigeria, really, you need to be very creative. So I'm just going to ask us all to be more creative as we implement. We're not just a large country, we're also multilingual country. We don't have one language that everybody speaks, not even English. There are many communities where there's nobody who can speak English the way you want to speak it online. But how are we getting into their own languages? How is the internet accessible to them? How are they using the internet? I was telling somebody, we need to start teaching in our local languages. Why are we teaching mathematics in, anyway, don't let me go that way. So, but I'm serious, yeah, because these are conversations that we need to have. So Oyo Tech Hub, thank you for bringing this to the fore. But NCC is here, NIDA is here, and we're just asking, can there be a different tariff plan for Nigeria? You need to be creative, yeah, because many people can actually then afford. Okay, I'll leave it hanging. But yes, I mean, there are many creative ways, and the hubs are one creative way, and it's exciting to see that hub. And I know that many other people create hubs around here. So one last question, and then we are done, and I have to come back so the panelists can give their final word and we leave. I apologize. Oh yes, Mr. Olufile. How did you go all the way there, sir? You were sitting, you were sitting here.
I'm busy making money. Thank you very much. Okay. Mine is observation. And I really want to appeal to the organizers that they should please, maybe next year, let us have clusters of schools to attend NIGL. They are all everywhere here. So I don't want to stage a situation where we are talking about the internet. I heard someone saying that the internet is not yet accessible. Who says that? I don't think so. Internet is accessible. Excuse me. We might be different. May have a different maybe views about it. but how should we use internet? That should be one of the areas we should look into. So please, I just want us to expand the inclusion. Let's bring in schools. They are the one that we need. We are all grandfathers and grandmother. Thank God that we have grandmother. We are the sons. So we need the grandsons and daughters to be here. Let them begin to get engaged and discuss the policy that will shape their life. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. And yes, I will take one question, just one from the room. One question, please go straight to the question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Yageben. I'm from Beyond Development Initiative and one of the UN Youth Ambassador. So let me just, yes, I am.
Please, everybody.
So permit me to leverage just an observation, please, as the UN Youth Ambassador, one of the UN Youth Ambassadors in Nigeria. Yes, please.
Well, if I allow
permit me,
observations, then the House, then
I will leverage on that to my question.
Okay,
So
you're going to ask a question.
yes, so this is supposed to be an inclusive digital for the future for Nigeria. So this affects more of the data states young people are majority affected. And we are the major users of this, of the internet itself. So inclusion, we speak of inclusion. So I want to speak for people affected by the digital divide and also people living with people with disabilities. So if you can see all covered in the whole, we don't have any presence. So, and I'm not sure of the online participants, but please, in case of next year and planning, let's do well to bring people with disability, different clusters to participate, to share. It's the same challenges, if not worse, more challenges than what they receive from their own clusters. Thank you. So, and also, yes, it also include on the participation of young people in decision making. So we are not just interested about coming for forums like this to just come discuss, bring us on board from conceptualization to learning, evaluation down to the end. We are not just, it's not just about always coming to sit on round tables, share on what you've already agreed on. It is what affects us. Let us share. Let us tell you how it affects us. Let us also collaborate with you. Intergenerational dialogue should be key to achieving this. And this is a collaboration as stakeholders.
To round up,
yes.
You didn't ask any questions.
Thank you.
So you see, sometimes, and I'm just going to say this, because like I said at the beginning, some of us are easing out and we're waiting for the young people. And some of the things that the young people may not have mastered is structure. And structure is key, because it doesn't matter what you want to say. If you can't put it inside a succinct pack that it can be used, then that's it. So one of the reasons why on the MAG, on the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, we have the ambassador, which is Mrs. Alaba, sitting on the MAG, is so that there's a voice. And we have a representative from academia, we have representative from everywhere on the MAG. The idea is that everybody should engage at the Youth Internet Governance Forum, pardon me, engage in the Women Internet Governance Forum, engage in the Nigeria School of Internet Governance, and then it tapers up until we sit here. When we sit here on policy, then what we want as we sit here is questions that drive the information that is required. And then, of course, the rapporteurs, most of the rapporteurs will come from all these groups. The rapporteurs also have a responsibility to be able to pick out the issues that are pertinent. But in the planning for the Internet Governance Forum, have you thought about which stakeholder group you're going to belong to, which stakeholder group you're going to join? I like what you said about people living with disabilities. And if they have organizations, maybe that's something that the MAG can consider to bring them on board. But it continues to change and we continue to dialogue. At no point in time are we going to be done with dialogue. You know, some of us left the workplace and we're back. The dialogue continues, the growth continues, and it must taper down. It must taper down, but not just the ideas are great, but in the ideas and the implementation, the structure is important. I just wanted to drop that. And then based on that, I have to come back. I'm so sorry, my panelists, but this has been a robust conversation. I'm just going to ask, based on this conversation, for the panelists to say one minute. Just I'll start with Mrs. Dada here. Just 1 minute, something to the youth. I think the youth have now, they have now made their statement to close this. So I'd like for everybody to approach that from that angle of what he said.
Yeah, absolutely. So I love the point that you made about being a part of decision making. So having a seat at that table is critical. The idea that we'll make laws and policies that affect a large segment, the most populous segment of society, and not have them at the table, it just should not be the case. And so one thing that I think is important is that whenever youth are in this kind of fora, they use the opportunity to get to know people who are at that decision-making table. So this is an open opportunity to meet people, to follow the work that they're doing, to subscribe to what IGF is doing, to get news updates. And that's where you get the information. For instance, I'll give you one example. NITA put out a call for the development of their AI policy, whereby they requested for experts to participate. How many youth knew about this opportunity and raised their hand and said, I have a expertise, a technical expertise, an expertise around bringing my communities together, whatever it is, to raise their hand and to make a coordinated effort to have representation as part of that process. But part of it is knowledge of it. And so I implore you to engage with people who have that information so that you can be able to know when those processes are taking place. And that is one of the keys that I was hoping that we would get to when we talk about open innovation, when we talk about inclusiveness, to understand how to not only meet the different demographics where they are, but encourage them to seek out the people who are in those positions of power to be able to engage and influence. So follow me on LinkedIn and hopefully you'll be able to get more information that way. And I don't want to speak for everyone else who's on the panel, but I'm sure that the fact that we're here means that we do want to engage.
Thank you so much. Alina, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here. No, I just as a final address, I think there are, let's say, the openness and the inclusive approach are very important. At the same time, I think it's also important that once all the open and transparent consultations and so on have been put in place, it's important that the decision making is made and there is accountability. There are somehow some mechanism in place in order to ensure that whatever system is put in place, be it let's say legislative or not, it should be enforced and implemented in the right way. And as regards the youth engagement, I think is what was shared from also the audience was very important. It was very interesting to also a reminder, here in Europe, it's society has very few children. People are aging in this part of the world, and but at the same time, let's say that there are some issues about how minors are accessing content that needs to be addressed somehow. And there is a lot of concern about, having children accessing the wrong side of the internet and not the good side of the internet sufficiently. So that is where a certain balance should be sought on, also in terms of how to make sure that the youth can really benefit from from the tool and not be exposed to harm. And so that is the only message I give. And I could even share recent research we developed about this instrument if there is an interest. I think it's very important to address this issue and to find the right balance.
So much. Thank you, Elena. Morisola.
Thank you very much. I hear from the perspective of the youth, and as somebody working across youth issues in internet governance, I think first and foremost, I agree with the speaker that said that we have to have a seat at the decision-making table and not just to talk at forums. But one thing is very key, and this is me looking at things from different angles. You won't have a seat at the table until you know what you're doing. You won't know what you're doing until you learn about the issues. This is where capacity building and awareness comes in. And this is where a taste of knowledge of the issues in internet governance has to play. For instance, a great place to start as a youth that is just either coming newly or having little or no knowledge about the internet governance issues and the like is the Nigerian School of Internet Governance. That's a great way to start. ISOC has some level of courses that gives you groundbreaking knowledge of what the internet is all about, how far we have come, where we are now, and probably where we are going. And I think those courses should not be taken with levity, because as a person, how I started my journey was those courses that actually helped. Like, let's just know what's the internet all about. Let's know where it came from, how it came from, and everything. I think that creates some form of awareness for the issues. Then you'll be able to another thing is you'll be able to carve your niche. You can't just say, oh, you work in so many issues. No, you have to actually carve your niche in one aspect or few aspects of internet governance, digital rights, and the likes. Another thing I appreciate Mrs. Shadi for the Meta that says, she was saying that yes, NIDA had a call for issues about something about AI, whatever, and how many youths turned up. That's the thing. If we don't build capacities in these issues, then we won't be able to have knowledge, because we're not just fighting for a seat at the table. We're also fighting because we know what we are doing and we want to implement what we have as experts at the table. Thank you very much.
And for me, I just want to say that, when we started, I said, okay, the topic, let me bring in balance to this. The topic is broad and we can there's a lot to talk about. I think that what I hear a lot is capacity building, challenging all of us to go and learn. I can learn. It's free, it's online, and there's a lot of information that you can gather from there. But just to let you know that the multi-stakeholder model is the answer, and participate. So now you're here, follow up on this. All the decisions that are going to be taken, the communiques, what's going to happen to the communique, take a part of it, chase up on it, own it, and let us participate. And by the time we come next year, hopefully, even the discussions will show that we have implemented some of the conversations that we have had here, and that we have actually moved the conversation about the governance of the internet forward in one way or the other. I want to thank my panelists. Thank you, Elena and Morisola. Thank you, everyone, for your patience, and God bless you. Have an exciting day. Thank you.
Yeah, that's it. Awesome, fantastic session. And thank you for applauding, but I do want to ask you to congratulate them on a wonderful presentation. The moderator, Yetayo, and Shade, and Marishola, and Elena, and of course the guest speaker, the keynote speaker who was online, and we'll convey our gratitude to him when we write back to him. So this brings to a close this plenary. We will now go into breakout sessions. So those of you who are online, we're going to move you into rooms, breakout rooms, and we who are in person here, we will move to our rooms. This hall is going to host session 1. Akimbo, are you the facilitator for session 1? I just want to know so if you come forward so they can see you and know where your venue is, Akimbo will be the facilitator for the session when, and then the next one is by Benewa. The third session is Lawrence Olawale Roberts. And the fourth session will be by Kunle, the president of ISOC. So that's what we have. The hostesses will have some notice. Session one, follow me, for instance. One session will hold here. The rest of the sessions will be accessed through the foyer if you step out. Lunch will be at the very end. So we'll go now straight to our breakout rooms, and the sessions will be for an hour or thereabouts. So it will be right after the sessions that will move for lunch after closing, short closing ceremony. So thank you again. Good afternoon, and enjoy the rest of the program. Bye-bye. So we just misplaced the socket head white. So check and see if you have it. Please return it to us. It was misplaced somewhere. Check around you. Some socket head white in color. Please check, kindly check. It might just be close to you. Thank you.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Room 4? Room 4, can you hear me?
Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we'll be having our breakout session one right here, building a trusted internet, a focus on
Good day, everyone. My name is Sam, and I'm going to walk you through joining the breakout session. Currently, you are all in the main room. You can join any breakout session of your choice by clicking on the breakout button on your Zoom and selecting any breakout room of your choice. Please drop any messages in the chat if and I will be there to help join that. The available breakout rooms are currently in the chat section. Hello, everyone. I can see that there are still about 40-something participants that have not joined the breakout room yet. I'm going to walk you through joining a breakout room. So if you're logged in to your Zoom on your computer, please follow these steps. On my screen, I'm sure you can see an image. At the bottom right corner of my image, you would see an highlighted box called More. It has 3 tiny buttons and it says 60 unassigned participants. Please click on that. Once you click on that, you should see some more options, and I'm going to share a new screen of the options you should see. Once you click on that button, you should see more options, and you would see an option called breakout rooms. Please click on the breakout rooms, and you should see another dialog box that shows you all the breakout rooms that are available to join. Once you have clicked on the breakout rooms, you should see a dialog box that looks exactly like what you can see on your screen now. You can choose any of the breakout rooms of your choice and join. All breakout rooms are currently named in the chat section, so you can see exactly what each breakout room will be discussing. I am going to post a new one so that we can all see what each breakout room is
to help us a lot because version 4, version 6, we're still using version 4. And when we request for an IP address, a device and an IP address, it takes a long time because that IP could be assigned to so many devices within a long period of time. So that is a problem for us in investigation, especially when it comes to child online protection. When we need quick action, we never get that from our telecom. That is a problem to us. Then our funding issues, and then talking about contents, there's a technology now called photo DNA, which helps identify child online materials that have been circulating. So if you report that, don't send the picture. We can, I'll relate to the secretariat so that there's a particular platform we send and all the electronic service provider globally sees that material and it's just the URL they need. And they will take down that particular and using some of them have the photo DNA technology, which they use. And then also for law enforcement agencies, somebody said there's no law enforcement agency here. NAPTIP is a focal law enforcement agency in Nigeria. We arrest, we investigate, we detain, and we prosecute. And Section 23 of our Act gives us the power, issues of pornographic and child online. So we do that a lot also. So I'm just trying to hurry up. And also for issues of, we've worked with a lot of, the law enforcement through the FI field office in Nigeria. We've served subpoenas to Google, we've served subpoenas to Facebook. We have a direct reporting channel with Facebook, WhatsApp, and Instagram. If there's a content, we can be able to send for them to, some of them that are critical, some of them, if it's the issue of child, even without a court order, we call it emergency response. So we usually handle that quickly without even a court order. But if it's an adult, definitely we need to go to court because issues of child protection is an emergency case. So we don't play with that. Thank you very much. Professor.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me commend that lady, especially for the development. This is what we talked about, local content, and it should be encouraged because that can actually help us in containing the child abuse. However, I think we have talked so much, we have deliberated so much, but I think we have to move from policy and strategy to actions. And my question is, what are the necessary actions to be taken? So that is what NGF should come up with. What are the necessary actions? Who are going to be the leads for these actions? I'm very glad that NAPTEC, is leading as an enforcement agency. Okay, we need to also define the roles and responsibilities because we have this issue of agency rivalry all the time. So we need to aptly define the roles and responsibilities. We also need, like we have said, inclusive of digital society curriculum in both primary, secondary, and tertiary education. But most importantly, is the role of research and development. We are talking about local content, and somebody talked about censorship. Censorship is against free internet. And once you start censoring, it's against the free internet. So there must always be a balance. When we also talk about these issues, we talk about balancing the risk. And so with the advent of the AI, we can do a lot today without actually being so obtrusive in what we do. Even this registration of SIM card, if you go to UK, you don't go and register SIM card, but they still know who is using the number. You go to most advanced countries, there's no place you go and register SIM card. But once you make a call, they know you are the one doing the call. So we should, use technology to advance how we govern the society, and that will help a lot of issues. More importantly, let me make conclusion. We make too much noise and do less. Thank you.
Thank you so much. On this note, I want to appreciate Ms. Martha Alade, the Executive Director, Women in Technology in Nigeria, Ngamarju T. Manganza, the National Agency for Prohibition of Trafficking in Person, NAPTIP, Mr. Shegun Olugbile, Director, Global Network for Cyber Solution, GNC, Abdul Razak Imam, Program Manager, NKF, and of course, Professor Uche Mbanoso for an excellent session. And I still remain your humble servant, Adibumi Adeola Akibo. Please a round of applause for our panelists. Let them write for the pictures, please. Pictures, please.
My name is Kate.
For the last session, and the last session is the concluding session. Secretariat, who is moderating?
Hello, good afternoon. Please, can we just come together so we can wrap up the session? Please, everyone standing. Good afternoon. We'll soon be out of here. Thank you. still want to appreciate our online participants. I'm sure they are still with us. My name is Busayo Balogun. Pardon me. I'm not Sinye Kemabonta. I am Busayo Balogun. And I would just like to invite Mrs. Chinyere Ifezure to come and do a report of the sessions. She here, Mrs. Chinyere. Please, let's give her a round of applause as she approaches the stage. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm here to give the presentation on the sections. I will start with the high-level panel. That is the main section. The topic discussed was towards a secure and inclusive digital future for Nigeria, balancing regulation, cybersecurity, and emerging technology. And the moderator was Mrs. Eyetayo Iyotim. The speakers are Ms. Elena Sakramuzi, Mrs. Sade Dada, Barrister Morishara Alabi, and then the key speaker, who is Mr. Abdul Hazim Ajijola. The key issues raised. One is cultivating cyber awareness for secure digital interaction, infrastructure and connectivity gap, data privacy and protection. Then youth participation, especially people with disabilities in the next NIGF. Then implementation of various innovations to meet the purpose. The summary of each presentation. One, public awareness and training. Second, capacity building. The third, international collaboration and information sharing. The fourth one is to integrate digital literacy education in school curriculum. The fifth one is safe online platforms and content regulation. National Digital Infrastructure Plan, monitoring and evaluation, data privacy and protection, and last but not the least, empowering the organizations that are already doing the balancing regulations. Then the key recommendation in this main sections are a total public awareness coupled with the capacity building in integrating safe online platform regulation, and adopting and developing comprehensive data protection legislation, establish data protection authority, define explicit data sharing rules. Then to summarize the section, in summary, the section talks about ensuring inclusive, accessible, and secure digital infrastructure in Nigeria. It requires a holistic approach that involves government policies, private sector participation, and collaboration with various stakeholders, and also community and parental involvement, partnership with technology companies, and streamline regulatory framework. That's the much for the high level panel. I'm starting with section 4. Section 4, the title is, that's going to the breakout sections. The title for section 4, they are talked about navigating data governance and privacy in the digital economy of Nigeria. And the moderator is Engineer Kunle Oluradare, while the speakers are Mojilayo Ogunlana and Mr. Radiwan Oloyede. Then the key issues raised are the most promising emerging technology and how it promotes digital economic growth, the potential risk in the adoption of emerging technology and how they can handle them using the legal and regulatory framework. The summary of the presentation, that AI, that's artificial intelligence and robotics, are technology that are emerging and can be used to improve Nigeria's digital economy. that privacy is the biggest issue of the emerging technology. Capacity building is the main stem of this discussion. People need to be sensitized about the international multi-stakeholderism. Okay, sorry. People need to be sensitized about the internet. Then multi-stakeholderism is a way to go to bring everyone to make decisions. Then the key recommendations are foundational problem should be solved first before bringing in technology. Sensitization and capacity building is very important. Internet should be accessible and also affordable. Okay. Then section 3. Section 3, they talked about emerging technologies insights for Nigeria. The moderator is Lawrence Oluwale Roberts, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. And speakers are Professor Chukudebe Gloria, Emmanuel Paul, Yusuf Olaniyi. The key issues raised are use of artificial intelligence, blockchain, cryptocurrency, Internet of Things, and cloud computing. To patronage of local content risk involved in emerging technology, collaborations between academia and the industries. The summary of the presentation. A lot of our data hasn't been digitalized. Okay, a lot of our data hasn't been digitized. That's coming from Professor Chukudebe Gloria. Then patronage of our local content and more collaboration between the academia and industry. Start up to look into global organization to understand their strategy and to adopt it. The key recommendation to this section is that how we should leverage on emerging technologies in areas of agriculture, educational sector in Nigeria. Then the summary of the section is that emerging technology has a very great benefit. Emerging technology also involves huge risk. The important thing is to know how to identify and manage the risk. Then section 2. The section title is Strengthening Digital Infrastructure for Inclusive Service in Nigeria. The moderator is Mr. Bernard Ewa, and the speakers are Mohammed Rudman, Oluwasegun Fumi Michael, Zainab Aminu, Busayo Balogu, and Osondu Nwokoro. The key issue raised, high cost of bandwidth, data protection access to different demographic power, data protection access to different demographics, then power supply, vandalism and cybersecurity. Then the summary of each presentation is consideration for rural community and internet, then service available to them, and then adoption of .ng domain. The key recommendations, government should simplify the form of taxation, then capacity building for governments and the public entities, then ISP to collaborate to mitigate cost of bandwidth. Government should also simplify form of insecurity. Then the summary is that government policy to be developed. Then the cybersecurity development and public-private partnership. Then section 1. Section 1 talked about building a trusted internet, a focus on cyber security and child online safety. The moderator is Mr. Adewumi Akimbo. The speakers are Mr. Abdulaziz Imam, Mr. Ngamariju Titus, Dr. Uche Mbanaso, Mr. Shegun Alugbere, and Mrs. Mata Alade. The key issues raised are implementation of policies, advocacy, education of cybersecurity, higher education to counter the offenders, capacity building, awareness and sensitization, regulation of technical community, adequate regulation of online content, grassroots awareness and sensitization. The summary of each presentation. One is the low reports of incidents, a lot of policies, but no implementation. There will be need for implementation of policies, more capacity buildings, and regulatory interventions for enforcement of policies. Then grassroots sensitization, awareness, carrying community leaders and teachers along. Train the trainers, get all stakeholders involved, then sponsor research, empower ourselves to empower others. To handle trust in the digital space with caution. Cyber security on being holistic, build capacity, and then more education. The key recommendations of the section are to involve security agencies, build more capacity, enhance education of cyber security, implement our policies, enhance awareness and grassroots sensitizations. I want to plead if there are ones that are not captured, by the time we get the communique, all of them will be there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. But I think we can still keep clapping for Mrs. Chinwe Fezuashi. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so before we go to the closing remarks by the chair of the multi-stakeholder group, we would just like to invite Mr. Shangatai Masango, who is online. He is the head of the IGF Secretariat at Geneva and also the program manager. Mr. Masango, if you can hear me, please, you can unmute yourself and just give your brief remarks.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Right, thank you. Well, let me start from the beginning of the speech. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to join you for the closing of the 2023 National IGF of Nigeria. And thank you very much for inviting the IGF Secretariat to be part of today's valuable discussions. We also enjoyed yesterday's exchanges with the Youth Nigeria IGF and your capacity development initiative for women and girls. Congratulations to the Nigeria IGF Multi-Stakeholder Steering Group and its Secretariat for preparing this meeting. The world around us is undergoing a profound and transformation driven by the rapid evolution of digital technologies. Just a few years ago, concepts like artificial intelligence, blockchain, and Internet of Things were on the fringes of our imagination. Today, they are integral parts of our daily lives, revolutionizing economies, industries, and societies alike. This exponential growth presents us with both incredible opportunities and formidable challenges. Just as your panel on balancing regulation, cybersecurity, and emerging technologies underlined, in this dynamic landscape, it is crucial that we embrace a multi-stakeholder governance model, where governments, business, civil society, and technical communities work together as equals to shape the future. By fostering collaboration and inclusivity, we can harness the potential of these technologies for the benefit of all, ensuring that no one is left behind in this digital revolution. It is not just a matter of adopting, it's about collectively steering the course towards a brighter and more equitable future. Thanks to the organized multi-stakeholder communities like the Nigeria IGF, we can count on a bright future. Over 160 national and regional IGFs, just like you, work hard to ensure the internet and associated tools and services are accessible, affordable, safe, secure, and resilient. These IGF processes serve as the bedrock for fostering a deep understanding of the internet's intricate impact at local levels. Recognizing that the opportunities and challenges presented by the digital landscape are not one-size-fits-all, as they vary greatly from one region to another and from nation to nation. By empowering the NRIs and related local mechanisms, we enable communities to grasp the nuances of their unique circumstance. And this is crucial for us to do as we approach the important juncture of the WSIS Plus 20 and the IGF Plus 20 review in 2025. Unlike in the early 2000s, when the WSIS process started gaining momentum, in 2 years' time, we will have much to showcase and report on. A stable global internet governance ecosystem present in over 160 countries and regions, thanks to the people's efforts. The outcomes of your work today and from this meeting hold immense significance, not just for your respective communities, but also globally, as they will make sustainable contributions to the upcoming 18th annual IGF meeting hosted by the government of Japan in Kyoto from 8 to the 12th of October, within a framework of the forum's overarching theme, the internet we want, empowering all people. Thousands of stakeholders from around the world will gather in Kyoto. Their shared goal is to engage in deliberations encompassing a diverse range of digital policy priorities, spanning over 300 distinct sessions, adding and addressing a wide spectrum of critical topics, ranging from digital inclusion and human rights to data governance, cybersecurity, online safety, artificial intelligence, emerging technologies, digital collaboration, and environmental preservation. I extend a warm invitation to you all to join us in Kyoto or virtually. Let us explore the avenues of collaboration and collectively strive to create a digital environment that benefits everyone. Thank you very much again.
Thank you so much, Mr. Masango. Thank you so much. So to wrap up this forum, we would like to invite the host, the chairman of the Nigeria Internet Governance Forum Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, Mr. Adeshola Akinsanya, to give his closing remarks. Please, a round of applause. Thank you.
Can we all clap for ourselves? I think we can do better than that. Please, let's clap for ourselves. At least I can see some good numbers, and some have equally taken apologies to actually leave. And it's been an awesome time. It's a great experience doing this for the first time. And I want to equally appreciate everyone from the panelists that have equally sacrificed their time to be here, the moderators, everyone. I just want to equally appreciate you. Just let's jam our hands together once more time. This is just to equally close this session. So for me personally, it has been an awesome time. I've seen so many sacrifices of the community, the stakeholders advisory group. I've seen so many commitment from them, both personally and officially, and it can only get better than this as we equally forge ahead to equally make the internet safe for us all in Nigeria. So I want to thank all the members, multi-stakeholders advisory group, the MAG members equally here, the NCC, the ministry, NIDA, NIRA, and other groups too. Let's clap for them. They have done awesomely well. This program cannot equally take place without them. And also the supporting groups. We've had people from the communities, the business sector, the education, and the private sectors too. We actually brought all these people in, and we can see there have been so much things that have been done. We're not leaving the youth out. This say it's about you. We have seen a phase of the generation actually facing out, and it's actually your own time to come and take the stage and equally take it higher. So we're equally expecting to see more from the youth to equally come and take their role. And please, let's jam our hands for the secretariats. We can do better than that. The secretariats, I want to thank them specially. They've done well. They've they've been here. The NIGF and also NIRA. Please, we actually had to bring the whole team from Lagos. Let's clap our hand for them. The Secretariat, NIGF, and the NIRA. So we've taken all these feedbacks, just like one of the panelists said here, it should not just be about policy. We should equally see how to move forward, and we should be having more of action and equally take this further. There should be more of engagement. Once we see more of engagement, we will see things change. If we're not seeing any form of engagement, everything will just lie fallow. So we would like to see more of engagement. So when we're seeing more of this engagement, we will actually see the change action that we ourselves equally need. So I want to thank Manira. Thank you very much for staying. Madam Shadida, thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate you for your sacrifices and equally waiting up to this time. And I see my beautiful people from NCC. Thank you very much. You can wave your hands. Thank you very much, Mas. Thank you. We appreciate you. Who else? The technical team, please. We appreciate you too. The audio people, thank you very much. It has been good. And to all of us, let's appreciate ourselves. The student, these people from the graduates from the School of Internet Governance, please clap for yourself too. I can see some of them. I was with them from Monday to yesterday, and actually it was an engaging time with them. So lastly, we can only take this conversation forward as we see so many things come up on the internet, and as we want a safer internet for all, we also need to do our own part there. We should not just see things and just keep quiet. We should equally speak out, engage, and see the change, the desired change that we equally need. So on this note, I want to thank everybody for giving me this opportunity. It's it's a new role, so I want to thank everybody for their cooperation. The MAG members, they've cooperated with me. Thank you for this opportunity. So see you guys next year by the grace of God. And you can see we have all been invited to Kyoto. So please, if you cannot be there physically, join virtually. So, and so we see everybody online. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Oh, the Global IGF. Yes, thank you very much. We appreciate you, those online. Yes, the African IGF. See, from that one is also on. So from Tuesday 19th, you have the in-person meeting starting. So please, those that have equally registered, please be available. Dignitaries are equally flying in right now, so they are equally filling all the hotels. So please be available if you couldn't register physically, so you can join virtually to equally witness the African IGF. Apologies that I missed that out. So thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you, the chair. Thank you, the hosts. Thank you so much. So I would just ask everyone to please be on their feet as we take the second stanza of the national prayer and anthem. O God of creation, direct our noble cause of our leaders right. Help our youth the truth to know, love and honesty to grow, and leading just and true, great lofty heights attain, to be the nation where peace and justice reign. Amen. Thank you so much. I just want to inform everyone, lunch is served. So as you're going out, the lunch is at the back. Please be our guests, pick up your lunch and go. And once again, thank you. Thank you for being here and have a good afternoon. Lunch is served, it's just at the back. No.